Hello and welcome to the Bond Revisited podcast with me, Tom.
And me, Joe.
The podcast where we rewatch the Bond films one by one, discuss them, and then rank them alongside the other Bond films to build our own definitive list for the Bond franchise. You are listening to episode 18, where we'll be revisiting the film Tomorrow Never Dies. I need to say this right off the bat. This is the most conflicted I've ever been about a Bond film going into one of these.
Surely not.
I think so, yeah.
Okay. Do you know what? I actually kind of expected that.
Does that mean you expected me to be conflicted, or are you saying I'm also conflicted?
A little bit of both.
Okay.
But coming from GoldenEye, this film was very interesting. And I think, given our opinions of GoldenEye, particularly yours, I think I kind of knew maybe what you were feeling.
Well, there was no Oromov, so straight away that's minus points. If he showed up for a bit. Like in a Gogol style show up, where he's just at the end. It's like, hello, I'm here, I'm back.
I survived on the train.
Boosted it.
Yeah. Or maybe like a sort of Force Ghost Oromov.
Ah, that would have been good.
Yeah.
If he was just like on a plank of wood on the sea and he just smiles and nods at James.
Yeah, that would have been good. But no, I also have I had a bit of trouble trying to place this in my rankings at the end of watching this. And to be honest, I'm still a bit unsure. We'll see how this recording goes, this podcast. I might change my mind.
That's kind of where I'm at. I have a place where I think I'm going to put it. But like I said at the end of the last episode, this could go anywhere, really. Or going into the film, it could go anywhere. Because this is a childhood film, for sure. Just like GoldenEye. It was one I watched when it kind of came out. I was only 5 when it came out, so I don't really remember it coming out, but still, I watched it a lot as a kid. So there's definitely a lot of nostalgia tied to it, like GoldenEye, but at the same time, this is not the one I ever really return to when it comes to Bond. I would always just watch GoldenEye and be happy with that, and that would be enough. So actually, maybe because I don't return to it, maybe that means I'm going to rank it lower. I don't know. It's just so many emotions.
Too many emotions. I think for a lot of people, this is the one of them maybe forgotten. Well, maybe not forgotten. It's not that old, but I think it definitely is in the shadow of its predecessor, and I think it often gets a bit overlooked because of that.
Yes, I think both this and The World Is Not Enough is kind of like that. Tomorrow Never Dies because GoldenEye is considered one of the classics. World Is Not Enough because Die Another Day is considered one of the worst. So they're both living in big shadows, but very different shadows.
Yeah, that's an interesting sandwich they've got there.
Yeah, and it's like, I wanted to like this, but I think what makes me conflicted about it is the fact that we have already watched 17 of these Bond films, and now it is all about kind of ranking them and kind of having it exist in my mind alongside them, which makes it complicated. I think if I just watched this on like a random Sunday, I would probably just take it for what it is and move on. But when you compare it to the whole library of Bond films, like where it sits among them, that's a massive, very different question compared to, was this film a good time?
In all honesty, I'm finding it far too difficult to do that now.
Well, that's a shame.
Think, despite that being the whole purpose of this podcast, it is getting so difficult, mainly just because of time. You know, it's that thing about whether it's you really enjoyed it because it's fresh in your memory, or is it that other ones you actually enjoyed more, but because it was a little while ago? In our case, it could be weeks ago, or in other people's case, it could be months or even years ago they've seen another Bond film. How do you even start to compare that? So I think I'm taking it. My mantra thus far has been gut instinct, pretty much. It's just been gut instinct at the end of watching it, and I've tried not to overthink it, because as soon as you start to compare back to this one and this one and this one, you just start to get so tangled in comparing things. It's a mess. Yes,
I think that's the right way to go. But jumping ahead a little bit, and I think what makes it conflicted for me as well is that in terms of the tone of the last 5 or 6 films, they have not gone in a linear order. And I would say, I was thinking about this because I only finished watching it half an hour ago, I'm going to admit.
Oh, wow.
So there I was having a snack in the kitchen, being like, Tomorrow Never Dies, thinking about the film. But in terms of the tone, it's almost like they didn't go in this linear fashion from the Roger Moore era to now. So if you went campy Bond to gritty Bond, you would kind of go like, say, A View to a Kill, Roger Moore. It would then go Tomorrow Never Dies, the most campy film since then, and then The Living Daylights, GoldenEye, and then License to Kill. Unless you disagree with that.
No, I totally agree.
Okay,
I think you hit the nail on the head there.
That's where I think the conflicted comes in. Tomorrow Never Dies is surprisingly campy, and that's not a bad thing, but I didn't expect that.
Yeah, I think. Well, first of all, who knows who this director was? I have no clue who this guy was. Roger Spottiswoode was his name, or something like that. Never heard of him. I wouldn't have even been able to tell you his name before watching this. Completely forgot. But I think clearly from the success of GoldenEye, and they probably got a little bit more comforted by knowing the audience is still there, and therefore probably went a bit backwards potentially with the tropes and stuff, which is why it does have that stronger link to the Roger Moore films and that sort of stuff. And it does kind of clash when you have, the GoldenEye stuff come just before it. But I do think it kind of finds its own place quite nicely. I did notice the sort of change in tone, but I didn't hate it.
Yeah, it's a very interesting case, to say the least. So let's get into it. This is actually a very short film. Or it might be the shortest one since maybe From Russia with Love, I want to say.
I definitely felt that, and I appreciated it.
Let me take a look. Yeah, so From Russia with Love was 115 minutes. Goldfinger was 110. Oh, wow. Did not expect that. So this is shorter than like Thunderball, apparently. This is only 119 minutes long compared to like the 130 minutes we got from other films.
Let me tell you, that 10 minutes makes such a difference.
It really does.
It really does, honestly. This was such a nice surprise to finish and be like, oh, that was it. Okay, great. All right, then. Next.
Cool. And then they go home. And They actually do. Okay, so we'll start off. So we got the circles, and it's the same walk from the last film, I believe. They haven't updated that from GoldenEye. But what they have updated is the song. So we just get kind of straight up the Bond theme. It's just a traditional version. The remix they had in GoldenEye, that's completely gone. That sort of soundtrack is also kind of completely gone. And they just go with a more straight up version of the Bond theme, which was cool to hear. And looking back on it, it feels extremely appropriate to do that because of this film's tone. It probably did make more sense to just do the traditional Bond theme.
Yeah. It's, again, very, very good gun barrel. It was, as you say, pretty much exactly the same as before. And there is definitely elements of that older... There's some parts in this film that definitely sound like From Russia with Love. So they are going back to that sort of sound.
Yes, there's lots to discuss with the music, but we'll get into that later. As of for now, the circles go onto this airfield. It's quite small airfield, but it's like this military airfield where it's somewhere up in the mountains where there's trucks and there's fighter jets and there's weapons, and we get text on screen that says a terrorist arms bazaar on the Russian border. And I was like, that's so lame. That's so lame. Make up some sort of Russian name. I don't care. Do what you normally do. Just make it up. I don't want just like a terrorist arms bazaar. It feels so like... It just didn't feel like this place existed. It's a small detail, but normally in Bond films, they would just make it up. And I was like, oh yeah, that looks Russian. Fine. But this time they didn't. And I was like, that's a bit lame.
I was just quite surprised that they started off with Russia. I just think, get enough of Russia. We had Russia a lot in the last film. No more Russia. But yeah, at least they didn't make up a very hard to say country like in License to Kill.
Well, that helps. But it does kind of tie into what you're saying with Russia in the last film is that, again, I don't want to compare this film too much to GoldenEye, which I did do when watching this film, but that's kind of like a massive trap. If you want to enjoy this film, don't compare it to GoldenEye because it's a very different beast. But it did make me think the fact that this opening was somewhere in Russia and was in the mountains and it was super snowy. I'm like, that's a little bit too close what we saw last time.
Yeah.
But it just doesn't visually quite pop. But so I'm not sure if that was deliberate or not to tie it to GoldenEye, but this is quite a similar setting. So we see a camera. There's a little spy camera that pops out of the snow And it's going quite crazy here. It's like going all the way around and pointing out all these different weapons and missiles and zooming in. It's kind of moving on its own quite a bit. And we see a lot of Russians with all these turrets, lots of different weapons. And we go to MI6 and this big operation room at MI6, and we see everyone's kind of looking at the footage. All these different employees are looking at the footage, and there's a man here which he becomes a recurring character at MI6, but I don't think we ever hear his name for this film.
Yeah, I thought at first they'd recast Tanner, but he's not Tanner.
Yeah, he kind of fills that role, but there's just no Tanner.
I don't know. I don't know who he is.
Yeah, I don't think we ever hear his name. I know he's in the next film. I'm not sure about Die Another Day, but this is someone that actually is a little bit recognizable if you know the Pierce Brosnan films, but really he just serves the role as MI6 person who says the stuff, what's going on.
That was on the script, yeah.
yeah, pretty much. So the man is explaining like, oh, there's lots of weaponry, and we have weaponry from all these different countries, from China, from Russia, from America, and M's there and is saying, oh, I want IDs of these men at this meeting. Who are these people? So the man is explaining that one of them is a chemical expert, and his name does come up on the screen, but I didn't write it down because, as far as I'm aware, he's just not a character. But the next person, who is an American, is a character, and he is called Henry Gupta.
Yeah.
Is it Gupta, right?
Well, in the film they say Gupta.
Gupta.
Which isn't much better, to be honest with you.
Yeah, they say he's an American specifically, but that's not really an American last name. Gupta or Gupta.
I just kept thinking of Augustus Gloop. So I don't know.
Yeah, it's... Because there is a German character, but this guy's just not German.
Actually, yeah, they have... You would think that the American guy would be called Stamper, and the other guy would be... I don't know.
Someone got that the wrong way around. But yeah, Henry... I'll say Gupta because that's what they say in the film. Henry Gupta. And the MI6 guy is all like, oh, this is the... He practically invented tech terrorism. He's a cyber terrorist. He's no good. So M then sees a red box on the screen, which Henry is holding. So he's like, zooming on that box. What is that? And they explain that is an American encoder, which they use to control satellites. Or whoever has it can control satellites. And it's something the Americans have lost. So now they've seemed to have found it. So M goes up to this admiral in this control room. And the admiral's like, thank you very much, M. You've done your part. This is now a military operation. We're taking over here. And the admiral turns and speaks to this Russian officer. I think he's Russian. I don't know. I don't think he comes from a country near Russia. I would assume he is just straight Russian.
Oh, yeah, I think so. The guy that comes back later on.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the admiral starts talking to him, and the Russian officer saying, oh, we have an election coming up, so there can't be any loss of lives. So instead, Admiral says, let's use a naval strike to take out this base, which I didn't quite get what they were talking about then. If they're like, there can't be any loss of life, but they don't mind bombing the base and killing everyone.
Yeah, I had no clue. I just I let that flow over me.
Yeah, I'm assuming they just meant leave no one alive or make sure that none of these weapons are used on civilians. It doesn't matter too much. So the admiral orders a naval strike, but M steps in and says, well, my man isn't finished yet. But the admiral's like, well, this is happening, so get your man out of there. There's a lot of very dramatic music going on for this. This is quite high energy. This is a very different type of feeling where it's all the weapons deal is going down and the admiral and M are arguing with each other, and it's like, get your man out of there, with the music going on. So we then cut to the naval ship, which has been ordered to fire. They prepare to fire. They fire the missile, and we hear that there's 8 minutes until the missile will reach its target. So they radio their man, who they are calling White Knight, is the code name of this man. So they're all like, get out of there. And then there's a little bit of an argument back and forth between MI6 and White Knight. And White Knight is saying, you need to wait. And it's like, wait for what? And at this moment, they then see a load of nuclear torpedoes on a fighter jet comes into screen. And they're all like, oh dear. That's not good. That's not good. because they're nuclear torpedoes, if they go off, it would be huge. And I think one of them says it would be like 10 times worse than Chernobyl or something like that. That would be a very bad thing if we blow this up. So Admiral's like, abort the missiles. No, we're not doing this anymore. But they can't. It's too late. So we get some shots of the missiles going over these mountains, heading towards the base. And M orders White Knight to get out of there. But we then cut to the base itself, where a man is looking to light up a cigarette. Someone lights up for him, and it's Bond. And he punches him, and it's like filthy habit. So very similar stuff for Bond, where he's like knocking out a guard and doing a one-liner, just like the toilet stuff in the last film. We kind of get that again.
Yeah, and I suppose it's now official that Bond he's quit smoking. He's
I guess
enough.
So, right?
Yeah, because I think Timothy Dalton definitely smoked. So I guess with Piers, they thought, you know what, let's be a good role model for children finally, and stop smoking.
Fine.
do everything else terrible. Smoke, sleep with women, drink loads of alcohol, kill with people, but just stop with the smoking.
Well, yeah, we literally have a scene where he's by himself doing shots of vodka. So, like, alcoholism, that's great. The smoking, no.
No.
That's something I honestly never thought about until we did this. I think you might have mentioned it in previous ones about the smoking thing, but legitimately never ever thought about that when it comes to the Pierce Brosnan films. But you're totally right. They've removed that, and it looks like that's never coming back, at least for Pierce Brosnan. I don't think it comes back for Craig either.
No, I don't think so. Yeah.
I think he might smoke, but he's not like a smoker in the same way.
Yeah.
So Bond, using his lighter, he throws the lighter at some barrels nearby, and it blows up. So it was probably some sort of Q lighter explosive. Most of the gadgets in this is an ordinary thing that blows up, so I guess that's just the start of that. And this has caused a bit of a panic. Bond jumps on a truck, he plants an explosive on there. People start like shooting. I'm assuming they're all shooting at Bond, but there's just a comical amount of people just shooting that I don't know. I think it would have made more sense if they started shooting each other and Bond was just in the middle of that, but I'm not too sure if that's actually the case.
Yeah, it does kind of escalate very, very quickly. I don't know, actually. I guess, because, there's like two sides meeting at this place. So, yeah, they're shooting at each other, but then also Bond, I don't know.
I'm not too sure. With somehow the other action scenes go in this film, I wouldn't be surprised if they are all shooting at Bond. But to me, it would make sense that Bond has caused an explosion, which means we get the old trope of, you're going back on the deal. Bang, bang, bang. Like that sort of thing. So Bond is causing a lot of chaos. He blows up a truck. And we see MI6 are looking at this. The Admiral's looking at it. And he's like, what the hell is he doing? And M's like, his job. As everything's going crazy.
That's a very good M impression. I think I might have said that last time, but you've really nailed Judi Dench there.
Let's not have the sentence "you really nailed Judi Dench" there officially recorded. Let's not. Don't you put that on me.
Cut that. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll get that cut. I like you, Judy, but it's not like that. So everything's going off, lots of machine guns, and Bond gets to the jet, the one that has the nuclear torpedoes on them. So he knocks out the guy in the back seat. I think he throws the pilot out. Machine guns some more soldiers, lots more of explosions all going on, and he gets in the cockpit of the jet and sets up and turns on the Gatling guns of this jet and spins to the side and is shooting at everyone. More explosions. He then fires a load of missiles, even more explosions. And we hear the only 1 minute to impact. So he only has 1 minute to get away. So he starts going down the runway, but as he's doing that, we see another pilot, a very evil looking man in a different jet, follows him. So this ends up with, we get some more shots of the missiles through the mountains as well. We get a lot of shots of the missile that the naval people fired going through the mountains. It's very high energy cutting between that and this. So it ends up with Bond and this evil pilot, who I'll just refer to him as evil pilot, at two sides of a runway. And Bond goes really quick to take off. And he does take off. And the evil pilot takes off as well and follows them. But the person behind Bond, the co-pilot that he knocked out, wakes up. So Bond is being choked. And Bond is... I think I might have this slightly wrong, actually. I think Bond pulls up and the missile from the naval ship lands and explodes. And then Bond goes through the explosions. All the camera feed cuts out at MI6. They don't know what happened. But Bond comes out of the explosion. The Bond theme plays. Everyone's happy. But the co-pilot starts choking Bond. And the evil pilot, starts shooting at Bond as well. Bond's plane is spinning around. He's like controlling it with his legs because he's trying to use his hands to not die. So he manages to spin in a way that avoids a missile that he got fired at him. And this then leads to the evil pilot eventually losing Bond. So Bond avoids the missile. The evil pilot can't find him anymore. He's all confused. But we see that Bond is actually underneath the other plane. And he manages to hit the eject button for the back seat, luckily. And that shoots the co-pilot up into the other plane, the other jet. That causes them to explode. And Bond reports in saying, hey, where would the Admiral like his bombs to be delivered? And everyone at MI6 is like, yay, Bond. And he has saved the day. So, I mean, it's not bad. But
Yay, Bond. Yeah.
Yay, Bond. But I wasn't that into this. I think the main problem I have with this is that it's trying too hard. Where I don't want to compare it to GoldenEye, but that's going to happen. Where GoldenEye was a very slow build that built up to the excitement. You know, it was very quiet. It had stunts that were quiet. And then it was building things up, and there was some story stuff going on as well. And then it became the big explosive craziness. And that felt very satisfying to go through that. And even like The Spy Who Loved Me was kind of like that a little bit. This just feels like all action, all excitement all the time. And it takes a little bit of the sting of it away. I didn't quite get sucked into it. And I think it really wants you to be super excited. And it's not bad, but I think it's trying too hard. And I couldn't quite get sucked into it as much as I think it wanted you to.
I think trying too hard is a good way of putting it. I don't mind how quick it is. You know, the idea of the missiles incoming, and that's the timer. And as you say, there's all these shots of it coming over the mountains, and it keeps it moving. And I think that's good, but maybe you just did need a moment or two to breathe. One thing I did like, though, and I was trying to work out whether this was the first time this has happened, and I guess it might have been, given, you know, technology has now improved to that extent, that MI6 or whoever was in that room exactly, security, are watching Bond live during a mission. Have we ever seen that before?
Oh, I don't think so, no.
Yeah,
I'm not even sure if we've had him like radio in. I'm pretty sure it's always... Well, you have like The Spy Who Loved Me is the one that keeps coming to mind, where they radio to Bond saying, we need you back here. And then he does something completely independently, but they're never really... There's always like this big sense that Bond is disconnected almost, right? Like that he is very independent.
Yeah, so that's kind of our first glimpse of that, and getting live reactions and actual kind of interplay between Bond and M back in London. So I like that bit, and as I say, I liked the missile timing and just keeping it moving. I do wish, I mean, it is another plane-based pre-title sequence, though, really. You get the stuff on the ground briefly, but it's still more planes. Just so many planes. I'm trying to think of the next one. The next one's a boat, at least, so it does change vehicle.
Yes, at the very least. But I don't know, I quite like the plane stuff. But again, it's another tie to GoldenEye, where it's like it ends with like a plane bit in the Russian mountains. It's like, that can't be a coincidence. That feels too on the nose. But I did like that moment of Bond ejecting the guy and blowing up the jet above him. That does look very cool. I thought that was a nice moment. It's got nice moments in here, but yeah, I wish it just toned it down a bit. Like, I was kind of talking about the explosions a lot, and it's because it's just ridiculous. It just feels too much. It feels a little bit forced, but there's still like good moments in here, and I especially like that one.
It is crazy to think that Roger Moore didn't like A View to a Kill because of all the shooting. Probably all the shooting that Zorin does at the end. And then you skip forward a few Bond films, and it's just totally... There's so many scenes where Bond is just mowing down people with machine guns in both hands, or spinning around in a jet with the missiles flying. I don't think Roger Moore would have liked that very much, but it's just a different time. There is a lot of that in this film, though, where it is just straight up shooting, like without any sort of impact, and I guess that's kind of what this has as well.
Yeah, like it's interesting that this is the era, the Pierce Brosnan films, where they dilute that stuff. Like, yeah, they did do that before. There was definitely a lot of times where in Sean Connery's era where they would just like shoot a man and that's that, and he had the big fights. But this is so aggressive in your face. It's GoldenEye did it, and Now Tomorrow Never Dies arguably does it more. Just like so much, just like bang, bang, yeah, yeah, like a video game. It's pretty much a video game.
Yeah, yeah, because the older films they would keep it for the final villain lair assault. Whereas now it's peppered through willy-nilly.
Very willy-nilly, yeah.
Very willy-nilly. But anyway, I didn't mind it. I didn't mind the pre-title sequence. It was fine. It was good, I suppose. Not as good as GoldenEye, though. I don't think I'm going to be as bad as you with GoldenEye stuff, but we'll see. We'll see. I'll try not to compare too much. Then we move into the title itself, and I want to get the song out of the way first. I usually say the visuals, but the song, which is Tomorrow Never Dies by Sheryl Crow, the one who sung this. And the reason why I want to say it first is just because I don't really like it very much. I thought I liked this song more than I actually did when I listened to it. I think the thing I like most about it is just the intro where it I don't know how to describe how it sounds, but you just sort of like, it's like a falling sound, I guess.
Yeah.
And I like that. That's such a good start to it where you're getting the visuals coming in. But then I actually realized I don't quite like how Sheryl Crow sounds. I don't really like her voice. And as far as I'm aware, this song came quite late, even in terms of the Bond production with songs and stuff. This song came quite late, asking Sheryl Crow to do it. They had another one which got vetoed in the end. That's the one you hear in the credits. And I think that kind of shows through. It does seem a little bit of like a just get it done, just quickly rush it, we need it out sort of thing. I don't mind it, but I didn't like it as much as I thought I used to.
Well, if you allow me to use a well-worn phrase, this is like my ultimate guilty pleasure Bond theme.
Okay.
When I knew I was watching Tomorrow Never Dies this week, I've had this song stuck in my head all week. Like,
that's the thing. They're always earworms. They always are. I'm the same. Yeah.
I was quite surprised because back when we watched that Bond anniversary show back in October at the Royal Albert Hall, obviously we saw a lot of different Bond music, so that got me on a tear with listening to a lot of Bond themes, and that was one of the ones I listened to the most. It's not one they even did live, but when going back to Bond themes, I kind of really like this song, but I'm not going to defend it that much. You're right, Sheryl Crow singing is weird. And outside of that main riff, a lot of the music is just kind of all right, and it kind of meanders a little bit as well, and it's trying to be like seductive. Like, its tone is a mess. Like, it doesn't quite know if it wants to be the sexy theme or if it wants to be kind of epic and big, and it just jumps between the two with this awkward singing over the top. Like, it's not a good song, but I like it. But I will also say, even though I do like it, in the context of this film, this is kind of very strange because it's usually backwards for me, but this song I think is better separately outside of the film than it is inside the film. Like, I think putting it alongside the credit sequence actually makes it worse, and I actually quite like it separate to this, which is strange because normally it's the other way around. Normally I like it better in the film because it's more exciting, it's more tied to Bond, but I think this song is actually stronger outside of it.
I'm not actually too surprised by you saying that. It kind of goes back to what I just mentioned about the switch of artist for the song, because the actual elements you hear throughout the film soundtrack that really bring it all together is that Surrender song, which was by K.D. Lang. And if you hear that, you'll hear it in the whole soundtrack of the film. And then it works because it's actually used properly and nicely. Whereas this one does just sort of stick out a bit like a sore thumb. I get what you mean, where it's just a good song to hear separately, but it does have a sort of clunkiness to it.
I think the most interesting thing for me about this song, especially comparing to Surrender, we could talk for ages about comparing the two, but this kind of Surrender stuck to the style of Bond themes that we had seen since License to Kill, which was take the 60s style and just modernize it. This one doesn't feel like they did that at all. Like this feels like almost a very different type of Bond song. It doesn't have the horns in the same way. It has a very different type of riff, and it does feel James Bond still, but it's almost like the start of a different style of Bond theme that never actually continued, because the next one is again more of a modernized Bond theme. But this no longer feels like a updated 60s theme. It sounds more like a 90s song that's kind of Bond-esque.
Yeah, this whole film is very 90s, and you know what? I kind of like it. I do kind of like it. It's that thing where they say at the early part of a decade doesn't quite. It still feels like the previous decade, and okay, it was 1995, so it's still you're getting halfway through it. But GoldenEye definitely it had 90s elements to it, but it did also feel like that could have been a late 80s film. Whereas this is so 90s. The soundtrack,
Yeah.
the tech. I mean, we've got a 4:3 camera feed right at the beginning, like 25 FPS high tech stuff, and it's like, yep, this is definitely 1997. But yeah, in terms of the visuals, we've got more Daniel Kleinman.
If you want to talk about the 90s, let's talk about the
yeah,
visuals.
yeah, I don't really need to say very much about this because it's just really good. I said enough in the last one about this breath of fresh air, this new guy that comes in using computer generated imagery, using it well, linking into the films. In this one, you have it starts with the TV, like a TV smash, like glass smashing, and then we go into this sort of cyberspace looking area. There's a focus on pixels, on static, X-ray thing, X-ray guns, X-ray watches, all the guns that kind of link into the bazaar, I guess, that we just saw with all the arms dealing. Then you have, the CGI women emerging from the circuit board. I love that old style CGI.
Of course you do.
It's just it's when you go back and see, I don't know, there's this is a random reference, but there's a Peter Gabriel song and the music video for that. I don't know what it's called now. Steam, I think it was. Again, it features all of this old, very early CGI stuff, and it looks so clunky, but it's so charming. And you're getting a little bit of this here with the circuit board stuff, and it just looks so cool. I love it.
I don't know if cool is the word I would use.
Oh.
But I overall agree that this is a strong opening because of the visual themes that all tie together. But where last time it was like orange with a bit of purple, this is very white. And I thought that was awesome. I thought it was very cool, and it tied in with the X-rays, and like having the X-ray stuff is really awesome. But to me, that's why it was so distracting when the cyber, like the microchip CGI women came out, because I don't think it matches with the other stuff. So you go from like these white backgrounds and this technology to just then like this woman pulling out of this like silver microchip and processor or something, and it was a little bit too distracting. You're right, like there is a charm to it because it is such basic CGI, but at the same time I think visually it separates itself from the other things that remove me out of the thematic elements that they're trying to establish. So I'm not super into it, but still, like this follows on from GoldenEye of being more consistent, more tied together, and that stuff is really good and still really solid for this one.
Wait, are you saying you missed the circuit board lady later on in the film? She was there.
Oh, was she?
She was in the party in the background. You might have missed her.
Ah, right.
Yeah, everyone was staring at her.
That makes more sense.
No, it's very much early graphics card box art vibes from that. If anyone knows what I'm talking about, that's what I get from that. Anyway, it was really good. Let's move on. After the title sequence, we are in the South China Sea, we're told on screen, and we're looking at the HMS Devonshire, which is a Royal Navy vessel, and it looks like it's just sort of in a routine patrol, because we do eventually see that some of the crew, they were just having their dinner. They were in the canteen, they were getting some chips with their dinner. But before that, we see two Chinese fighter jets, MiGs, they keep calling them, I guess is the type, fly over the ship, which causes concern for the captain, obviously, to sound the alarm because they think that they might have hostile intent. The pilots in these Chinese jets, they reply through to the ship and say that, hang on a minute, you're in our waters, you're in Chinese territorial waters, and they threaten to attack unless this British ship goes back, turns around and heads back to a Chinese port, which confuses all the crew on this ship because to them, on their GPS satellite coordinates, they're all good. They insist that they're in international waters and everything's fine. So they message back to the jets and say that they will defend themselves if attacked. So there's sort of some escalation happening here between these two sides. And whilst that's happening, we get a shot in Hamburg at the Carver Media Group Network. This big building, and inside you see a computer screen, and on it is basically exactly the same thing that we just saw on the ship that the crew were looking at. It's a sort of map of where the ships are and where the jets are and all these satellite orbit lines, and there's a man typing away at this computer, obviously hacking. And you know it's hacking because there's this kind of display next to him with all these numbers ticking and making a noise. And if anything makes a noise, it's obviously a hack. I love how they do need to add on. I think it happened with, there was another gadget or something in a previous Bond film that they were like, it has to make a noise. Audiences need to know that this is a techie thing. Just make it buzz or make it sound effect with it.
The thing that comes to mind when you say that is The Spy Who Loved Me when they were in the tanker with the subs. But I'm not sure if that's what you're thinking of.
It could well be. I think there's probably multiple.
I think you're right.
It's just, there's this little thing making noise. So there's this guy who's currently doing something.
But we do know who that is because that's Henry.
It's Gupta. That's right.
Gupta.
It's Gupta, yeah. And I guess with that, you also kind of know it's something to do with the GPS encoding that was mentioned in the MI6 bit. So he is interfering with the satellites, and we definitely get a sense of that because we then see two satellites in space. One of them is the American one, and then the other one is a branded one with CMGN. So that's Carver's Media Group Network satellite. And we then also see this very strange looking black stealth ship. I say stealth because it looks like a stealth bomber. So all black, kind of, it looks carbon fiber-esque in a way. But it's got a big gap in the middle. I had to look up what this type of boat is. It's a catamaran, which I think that has come up in a I remember saying that before, but I have memory like a sieve. But yeah, it's basically a boat that has two sides and then just a big gap straight through the middle of it. And inside it, there is a very big, scary-looking drill thing being lowered into the water. It's kind of this gigantic bit of tech which has these three grinding things on the front. It looks very scary. And when you see that in a Bond film, it's like, that's definitely going to play a part. You know something like that is going to come back later on. I mean, come on, it's got to. But yeah, in this ship, this stealth ship, there's a white-haired man who is Stamper. We've mentioned his name. That's Stamper, who tells the captain that they're ready to launch this big drill, and that although the ship itself that they're in is invisible to radar, this sea drill isn't. So they have to be quick. This is what the captain's saying. So they're definitely undercover to some extent. We do see that this ship is actually right next to the Devonshire ship. So that's who they're interfering with. And they're planning to launch this drill the next time the Chinese jets fly past. And when they do that, they'll trick the British into thinking that the Chinese have actually torpedoed them. So again, they're just playing the sides against each other. Stamper, the German guy, goes to report in to someone in Hamburg over television and tell them that phase 1 of the plan is done. And we kind of see who he's reporting to, albeit from behind, kind of backlit with his glasses reflecting, looking very ominous, which is quite interesting when it does end up being the main villain. So they do a good job in making him look quite suspicious and maybe not Blofeld-esque, but just, hiding him to begin with. I think some of these shots where you do see close-ups of his eye later on and just backlit shots like that, it looks quite good. I don't know if it was a different person doing like cinematography for this film, but there definitely is some nice shots in here.
I don't know. I feel like it was a little bit pointless due to how this villain plays out. Like, I wasn't buying that at all. Like, oh, who is this mysterious man? Maybe it's because I know the film, but like he then, this isn't like like you say, it's not Blofeld where they're building up to a reveal. They're just keeping it a bit shadowy for the time being, which I think just doesn't match his character based on how it plays out later. So a little bit, I think I know what they're referencing and trying to do, but it's a little bit pointless because he is so obsessed with his face that it seems odd that the film would try and hide it from the person watching.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, this is meant to be a stealthy part. So, could you imagine if he just had like his face on the side of the stealth boat as well? Like a big banner.
Oh, he would, though.
He can't stop himself.
We're not that far away from that happening.
Yeah, it is quite cheesy. But I'm there for it. Anyway, the jets do fly over, and so they launch this drill, and all the people, the crew on the ship, start to panic because they spot it. They think it's a torpedo, and they all start shouting, "Torpedo, torpedo, torpedo!" Brace, brace, brace! And the drill eventually makes its way to the side of the ship and starts grinding in. And it's actually remote controlled, very, very advanced. And it starts. They start controlling it as it moves through the ship and kind of ripping it up as it goes through, causing it to flood. There's water bursting everywhere. There's a bottle of HP sauce shaking on the table. What's going to happen to the HP sauce? I don't know. The captain asked for a report of all the damage that's happening from this because they're wondering why the ship or the torpedo hasn't exploded yet, and sends a message back to the Admiralty about being hit by Chinese torpedoes and gives their final position or what they think is their final position before telling the whole crew to abandon ship because it started to sink. So too late. But they're not done yet, this stealth ship, because as the jets fly by again, the stealth ship fires a missile at one of them and actually blows it up to kind of mimic the British retaliating. And they intercept the ship's final message sent by the Devonshire, and that confirms to them that where the British thought they were, they weren't. They were actually 70 miles off of where they thought they were. So their encoding has worked. Well done, Gupta. His job is done. Yeah, it's a lot of stuff happening already. Like we're seeing like 3 different scenes kind of playing out at once here. I think it's kind of done quite nicely though.
I think the idea of it's all pretty cool, but this is where the whiplash from GoldenEye really hits hard, because this is just so, as you say, cheesy. It's so, like, on the face of it, if you were only half paying attention, I think you could be thinking like this is quite serious because the idea of it's pretty cool and it's pretty intense. Like this stealth ship kind of creating this tension between the British and the Chinese and firing these missiles and sinking a ship. Like it seems quite tense, but when you actually watch and pay attention, like this is just pure cheese. Like this is so silly. Like the drill missile is just complete nonsense, and the way they use it as well, where they're remote controlling it inside the ship, and you see like an X-ray shot of like, let's go upstairs, and it just like it somehow just turns up. Like what? No. Like it just makes no sense in terms of physics or any. They make no attempt to explain it. They make no attempt to justify it. They were just like, this looks pretty cool. And considering Robot Wars, I think, was out at the time, that seems like it was very inspired by that.
You just get Craig Charles suddenly come up. It's like,
Yeah.
watch out, there's Matilda.
Let's send in the house robots against the drill. The
Sergeant
drill
Bash.
missile. Sergeant Bash, hell yeah. Yeah, so it's really silly. And to be honest, it was a bit off-putting for me because I think the concept could have been taken a lot more seriously and it would have matched more up with GoldenEye. And I think I was more in the mood for that. But this is so silly that... Again, it doesn't sound super silly. I know it doesn't sound super silly, but trust me, there's a moment where the missile is hitting the ship and it's starting to sink, and it just cuts to everyone where they're like, we'll abandon ship. The ship's going down. And they're like a heavenly choir starts playing and everything slows down and there's like these angel god ray lighting that appears, and it's super dramatic, and I'm just like, come on, man. Like, I don't mind it, but it's so stupid compared to GoldenEye, where it's like, that's fine, but you really got to shift gears here and put that out of your head. Because again, this scene, as you say, it's pretty well put together. It does what it wants to do. It's establishing the villain. It's establishing the tone of the film. It's establishing the context. What the film's all about. So it does its job well. It's just so campy that you gotta be ready for it.
They do a lot of that very fleeting slow-mo shot stuff, don't they, in this film?
Yeah.
I never quite understand why they chose to do that.
I think even just inside of the stealth ship with Stamper, this big German guy, even
Stamper.
That stuff is silly.
I was going to say, I think a lot of the British reaction stuff, I quite like all the lingo and all the panic, and I think that's played fairly seriously. But I don't like Stamper, and I can't remember. He says something. Does he go like knock knock or something as he's controlling the drill? I hate that character. I'm just going to say it now. I do not like Stamper in this film.
That's fair enough. He is making his quips, which again, like the Bond films, the point is that Bond makes the quips. Like, you have humor, but he makes the quips. So having someone else do it, it makes it a bit like, oh, it's what you say before, and we'll probably say again, this is very 90s. It's very late 90s where random German guys are like, yeah, knock knock, let's go upstairs while people are being murdered.
Bond has the quips. Villains can have the quips. Henchmen, that's not in their contract. No quips for them. They just get on with their job. Thank you very much. That's
how it should be.
If I was ever a Bond villain, that's what I would be having in the terms and conditions.
And that makes sense. But it's also worth, because we referenced this scene in the For Your Eyes Only bit, but that is way more serious and tense than this is. Like, this is way cheesier and more diluted down. There's no screaming. There's just heavenly angels and slow-mo and German guy making quibs with people being flooded. Like, a lot of people die. Way more people die. But For Your Eyes Only was actually more kind of, I don't want to say gritty again, but, you heard the screams. You felt it way more than what you feel it here.
Yeah. We cut back to, I put shadowy figure, but yeah, it's Carver, right? It's Carver, the main villain, it's from behind. He's preparing the front page of a newspaper on a giant screen in front of him, and he writes the headline, British sailors killed, which he then changes his mind and switches it to British sailors murdered instead.
Murdered! No!
Murdered. And I was going to say, again, I like this bit because they have the close-up, they have the reflection in his glasses. I will say they did go with some very Austin Powers-y sounding music for this. I thought Dr. Evil was going to come in any second now. Even though this would have been, I think the first Austin Powers was 97, wasn't it? So
yeah, it must have been. It was around the same time.
Yeah. Anyway, so he messages through to Stamper and asks for, as he's making his headline, he needs the survivors for the subtext or the subtitle. So he messages through to Stamper and asks for the number of survivors and also to use the right kind of ammunition before he leaves for a meeting. And then... Oh God, is this really when it comes up in my notes? I've put that we hear perhaps the best Bond villain catchphrase of all, which is delicious.
Oh yeah.
Yes, the most threatening, the most cinematic of catchphrases. It's no I don't know. What's a good villain catchphrase? No, Mr. Bond, I expect you to die. Different circumstances, I know, but no, what we get with Carver is delicious. That's what he likes to say. And that kind of goes back to what you were saying, how, yeah, they kind of have this set up as him being a shadowy figure, but then you really quickly realise that he's quite a dweeb. He's quite pathetic, actually. So, his catchphrase is delicious, for goodness sake. All the survivors of the Devonshire, they are now under the stealth boat. The stealth boat's moved over them in that middle section in their life jackets. Stamper comes out and then just promptly mows them all down with a machine gun using that right type of ammunition that Carver said, all while someone actually films the whole thing. And after that, divers head down to the wreck of the ship, and they take one of the nuclear missiles that was on board, one of the crew's missiles. Stamper then informs the Gupta back in Hamburg. That's all been good. Plan's been a success. So Gupta grabs the decoder and sticks it in a little box, and that's him done. And then we get the proper introduction to Carver. This is the one. He is at his meeting that you mentioned about, and he's leading a meeting with all of his business associates on this giant video conference screen. And they're all telling him about these latest updates to his business ventures, like the headlines for all the newspapers is going to be things like flooding in Pakistan and riots in Paris. And then he brings up another person, and they talk about the new release of their software is ready to go, and it's full of bugs, so users will have to upgrade. This is pure cheese, all this stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Then we get another one who's actually Michael Wilson, one of the producers. He says about the president, or Carver says, call the president and force him to sign this bill lowering cable rates. Otherwise, we'll release a tape of him with a cheerleader in a motel room. And then when he does release it anyway, the guy's like, consider him slimed, sir. It's just so... Yeah, Michael Wilson, you might be a good producer. You're not a very good actor. I don't think anyone could pull off that line, though, to be fair. It's all very cheesy. But I got to say, I do love this scene. I think mainly because you can just tell that Jonathan Pryce, who plays Carver, he is just loving this opportunity. I think I get the impression that he's always wanted to play like a really hammy Bond villain, and he really is just going for it as he taps away on his little PDA thing he's got in his hand. He's chewing the scenery, I suppose, is the best way of describing it in terms of actors, and I'm all here for it.
I can't think of a villain more cheesy than this one.
No.
Like, even after these films, like, of all the ones we've watched, this is the cheesiest by far, because he's just so over-the-top evil. And this is what this scene establishes, right? When he's talking to people, he's like, what sort of havoc should we cause today? And he's all like, what about a plane crash? It's like, excellent, ha 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 ha, typing on his keyboard. It's so over-the-top. And there's part of me that kind of wants to watch this film again, like, tomorrow. Just to see it and just to give it another chance, because this was such whiplash. This was such tonal whiplash compared to last week that it's like, it's just not fair to have them back to back. I feel like that was such a mistake. Like, it's like we're missing a film to get us to this point, because this guy is so exaggerated. And the president stuff, I'm just like, that's so stupid, but I guess that's what they're going for, which is a choice. But you're right, like Jonathan Pryce is very much enjoying it. I couldn't really enjoy him that much in this film because of the tonal whiplash, but that is why I kind of think maybe I need to rewatch it, which is odd, a very odd feeling. But yeah, I didn't really enjoy it for those reasons. But if you take it for what it is, which is someone having fun being an over-the-top Bond villain, then it is a ton of fun.
It really is, yeah. I think I was in the bubble of this film, thankfully. I could take it for what it was, which, as you say, very different to GoldenEye.
But I did kind of warm up to it a lot more as I went on. But the first half of the film, I wasn't quite into it. But the second half, I feel like I've said this before about other films. I had made that adjustment. I think I said that about License to Kill. And to be honest, it's quite interesting with this film, because I feel like this is quite similar to License to Kill in a lot of ways, where License to Kill was so of the time pulling in 80s tropes that you have to kind of go along for that ride. And Tomorrow Never Dies is also the same, but only it's 90s tropes. Unlike that film, this still very much feels like a Bond film. There's no mistaking that. So it doesn't have any issues like that. But I found it interesting to see like a film from like about 10 years later doing a ton of tropes and feeling very much of the era, but actually being of a different era, which gives the film quite a distinct feel, which is quite nice to actually go back to, someone who grew up of that era. But yeah, like enjoying that stuff will very much determine whether you enjoy this film.
Absolutely. I think there's an element of kind of nostalgia, I suppose. And I think it's the same with the next film as well. which was 1999. It's the same. It's the same era, and particularly for our generation, that's when we grew up. And there's a lot of kind of rose tintedness associated to that, or at least for me. So I think a lot of people would say that actually, just pre 9/11 world was people you always say like it was a lot happier. So I don't know. Maybe that's what I'm tapping into here.
It could be, but yeah, I kind of agree with that, where I feel like this film taps more into that 90s nostalgia than GoldenEye does, because GoldenEye kind of stands as its own thing, but Tomorrow Never Dies feels more cemented to other films in that era. So when you watch this film, it almost like just reminds you of the time period on itself, where when I watch GoldenEye, I'm not reminded of that at all.
Which I suppose is a positive and a negative, depending on how you see it, and depending on what mood you're in.
Definitely.
Some films you want to be almost timeless, and some you want to go back to because of that feeling it conjures.
I do think the director is a part of it, though. This Roger Spottiswoode or whatever it is.
Spottiswoode.
Snotty
nose.
Snotty nose. Because just looking at his list of films that he's done, one of them was Turner and Hooch.
Oh, okay.
Which, for people who don't know, is the Tom Hanks buddy cop film with a dog.
Yep, enough said.
Another one is Stop or My Mum Will Shoot.
Oh.
Which is a buddy cop film with Sylvester Stallone and his mum. And I would recommend looking up the movie poster for it. Because it's, oh my God. It's like an old woman holding a big revolver. And Stallone being like, I don't know about this one.
How did I end up here?
Yeah, so this is kind of what this guy is all about. I don't know how much of this kind of hamminess and comedy he brought to it and was him, but I would imagine it's quite a bit, considering how Martin Campbell is known for more grounded thrillers, and that's what we got with GoldenEye, and this guy's known for more buddy cop films. And we didn't get a buddy cop film, but we definitely got a more like silly, cheesy version of Bond.
For sure. On the big video conference screen, Stamper gets connected to Carver and tells Carver that Phase 2 is underway and there were 17 survivors for his headline. And then back on the main call with everyone else, Carver is very gleeful. He's loving this. He's just, his plan is working according to Stamper. So he tells all of these associates that there is now a news just in. There's a sudden new perfect story for the launch of his new satellite news network, which is actually launching that night, and that there is a small crisis brewing. He defines it as a small crisis brewing in the South China Sea, upon which he now enters like full megalomaniacal mode and like frantically listing off, we'll get this on magazines, on films, on 24-hour news. I want this everywhere. So much so that he sort of overwhelms himself at the end of this little spiel, and like you can see him sort of have to take a little breath and compose himself again before ending with, "There's no news like bad news."
Oh, that's the one.
That's the one. I was grinning. I was really enjoying myself here.
Yeah, it's so over the top, and I think we'll probably save the talk about the actual subject matter later. Because this is very invoking like news cycles and stuff. But yeah, this scene is all about Carver having a good time.
Oh, yeah.
So after that, we then go to Oxford. It doesn't actually come up with Oxford, but I was like, I've lived in Oxford before. I recognise those buildings. Go me for knowing where that is. And we go inside one of the buildings because of like part of the university. And we hear someone in. I thought it was French, but I think it's actually Danish.
I thought it was German.
Oh, we don't know our languages.
Oh, dear.
But I assumed it was French, but I think they do say it's Danish afterwards. And we hear someone in Danish talking to Bond, and we then kind of zoom over and we see Bond in bed with a beautiful young woman, and they're naked and they're kissing, and the phone then starts ringing, and she's like, "Don't answer it." And he's like, "I got to answer it." And Bond answers the phone, and while still in bed, and we see on the other end of the phone, Moneypenny is there, and M and the Admiral are talking to each other. I believe this is still the command room that we saw from before, from the opening sequence. So Moneypenny is kind of trying to explain the situation to Bond, about what happened with the ship being sunk, and Bond is still in bed kissing the woman, and eventually Moneypenny's saying, "Oh, we're you need to be here." No, hold on, how exactly does this go? I think it's Moneypenny, because I can't remember what Moneypenny actually says to Bond. I think it is just like, there's some bad stuff going on near China, and Bond's like, I'll be there in an hour.
And then she's like, make it half an hour. Yeah.
Yeah. So then Moneypenny hangs up, and there's another joke here, which I really don't understand what it was, where like M comes up behind Moneypenny while she was on the phone, and then it's like, don't ask, don't tell. I didn't get that joke.
Yeah, I mean, that has different connotations now. Don't ask, don't tell. I don't know. I guess this was before then, so it's just a little quip. But yeah,
I think it's supposed to be like a joke about M disapproving of Moneypenny's flirting with Bond, but it doesn't come off that way.
I take it as M's just heard Moneypenny say, "You always were a cunning linguist," which is a bit of a double entendre in itself, and kind of disapprovingly looking at Moneypenny hearing that.
Okay. Yeah, so I never really got the M and Moneypenny stuff in this film. This is kind of about it, to be honest, but I do wonder if it comes back later, because, I don't want to go on a tangent too much, but, M and Moneypenny did have a relationship in the older films when it was Bernard Lee and... I can't remember her name. That's embarrassing. The original Moneypenny.
Lois Maxwell.
Lois Maxwell, of course. There was a bit of relationship here, which we don't really get anymore. So I think they're trying to set up a new relationship, but it's so half-hearted that it just doesn't matter. So Bond then arrives in the Aston Martin again for just this scene.
And we also need the Bond theme with it.
Yeah.
For some reason.
Really strange, because we saw the Aston Martin in GoldenEye. It's like, oh, that's a nice throwback. But now we're seeing Bond just showing up in it. But it's just this scene. Just a quick shot of the Aston Martin arriving, Bond theme. It's like, yeah, we get it. Like, it's not a big deal because it's so quick, but it's kind of diluting the Aston Martin, and I don't like that. Let it be an iconic car. Don't just throw it in like this.
Especially because we're now going to get all the bloody ugly BMWs.
Oh yeah, they're bad. They are bad. So Bond has arrived, and the Admiral is upset, and he is saying like, oh, the satellite data wouldn't lie, because we know that the satellite data was tampered with to make sure the ship was off course. So they know that the ship was off course, but they're like, the satellite data doesn't lie. But M says that they picked up a strange signal nearby that potentially could have sent it off course. And M says they're investigating where this signal comes from. But there's like another dude here who I'm not too sure who that is. Is that like a minister?
Yeah, I think he's another minister.
Okay, yeah, because it's just someone he's there, but I don't think maybe they call him minister or something, but someone who's obviously important and can make a decision on this. So Admiral and M are kind of bickering. The Admiral says, I don't think you have the balls for this job. Of which M replies, yes, but at least I don't have to think with them.
Oh.
Hey. Of which the minister's like, all right, calm down. What do we do? What's our plan? And the Admiral is saying, it was an unprovoked attack on one of our ships. We'll send in the army. Let's send in the navy. Send in the boys. And M says, I need some time to investigate this. We want to look into the signal. Let's be cautious here. So the minister says, actually, I think the minister is like thinking about going with M. But he asks, how long would it take for the navy to get here? Or to get to where it needs to go? And the Admiral's like 48 hours. So Bond at this point then walks in with the Tomorrow newspaper, which is the newspaper that Elliot Carver owns. It's called Tomorrow. And there's some information on there about how there was 17 people killed. But everyone's like, well, how do they know that? Where did they get this information about how they were killed? I think they also say the ammunition used was Chinese ammunition as well.
Yeah.
But no one knows where that came from. So at this point, the minister's a little bit mad about this and is saying like, okay, we'll send in the fleet. Let's do this. And then he says to M, you have 48 hours to investigate and before it all kicks off. And it's a decent little scene. Again, I still like this idea of them being at MI6 and this being a very like working, like active place. I'm not super into this Admiral character.
Oh, no, he's very annoying. And he's also very bad at his job. How did he even get into that position? Like, he almost just nuked a place in Russia a moment ago. And now he's basically, they just set him up to be very trigger happy. But it's very, I don't know. I would have liked if he was a bit more in depth than just, I want to blow things up. Send the army in or send the navy in. Let's just get this done.
Yeah, he's more there for M to just kind of like make look stupid.
Yeah.
Which I feel like in the past they've been a little bit more balanced with other people and other characters. But you're right, this is just such a like blah 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 blah. Navy, let's do this, boys. And it's just for someone to M to put down, which, you know, she does a good job with it. Judi Dench, you know, she's back. I don't think she's quite got the sophistication we got with GoldenEye. And I think some of that probably does come from this Admiral character, because M pretty much spends the whole film dealing with him and being the counter to this guy, which is kind of a shame, but yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say, we don't really have the typical M office scene, but I guess that's what's coming up next in the car, right? That's basically the equivalent.
Yeah, they kind of dilute that a bit. But yeah, so the next scene, we cut to Bond and M in a black car, like going really fast through the streets of London. I don't know why. But they're burning through the streets with a police escort, and Bond is saying how, well, somebody from the Tomorrow newspaper knew about something before the Vietnam government did, because they were printing the paper before the government officially knew. So M asks Bond, how much do you know about Elliot Carver? And we get a very classic Bond thing here, where it's again M asking Bond, what do you know? Like, we took the mickey out of this last time with GoldenEye, and now they're just doing it, where it's like, what do you know about this? And he's like, of course.
Let me think.
Yeah, oh, that's right. So we get that. So Bond just explains, he doesn't ham it up, to be fair, but he just explains Elliot Carver, very powerful man. He can topple governments if he wants to. He's a very powerful person, very influential person with his paper and being in the pockets of higher up. So M is saying how one of the signals, or the signal that we saw that was a bit suspicious, actually came from one of Carver's satellites. So they've arranged for Bond to go to Hamburg, because in the earlier scene we had Carver explaining now, we're going to launch a new satellite and we're going to have global coverage. We're going to reach everyone apart from China, which comes up later. So they're doing a big launch. So they've arranged for Bond to go to Hamburg to be part of this satellite launch. And M says how, Bond, I believe you had a relationship with Carver's wife. I can't remember exactly what Bond says. I don't think he says too much about it. I think he gets quite quiet about it. And
yeah, he gets quite defensive. I think he just says that was a long time ago, M.
Yeah, like he clearly doesn't want to talk about it. But we got Moneypenny in the front. We find out. So M tells Bond, use your relationship with Carver's wife. Do whatever you have to. And then I think it might be M or Moneypenny. I think maybe both of them, where it's like, pump her for information. And I think Moneypenny's like, it's up to you to depend how much pumping is needed. And then we get more Bond theme, and that's that. And I guess it's them trying to go back to the old classic M scene, but update it by having them in the car. But
yeah,
it seemed a bit awkward having them in the car, where you've got like Moneypenny looking backwards and Bond facing the wrong way. I guess I like the idea of it being a more active MI6, where they're like always on the go and we got to do the report in the car. And to be fair, we have had Bond and M in cars before, but I don't know, this one didn't work too well for me.
Yeah, in the past it's just been Bond and M next to each other, and that makes it easier to frame and talk to each other. It is, what they've done is, as you say, they've made it active, on the go. Let's keep things moving, always moving. So they're being escorted in this police escort, and yeah, they are driving quite fast. They're in a rush, and what that means is, and it kind of adds to the way they filmed this with a sort of shaky cam effect, it does seem like a very bumpy car ride. It's just awkward. But I've got to appreciate M still having a drink, even in this bumpy car ride. She needs her was it bourbon? She said last film.
Yeah,
So,
Bowman.
even that's not going to stop her.
Yeah, I mean, I just think there was such a great sophistication and way that it was done in GoldenEye. Again, I'll stop, I swear. But this one is more about, go, go, go. But maybe, I think you're right. It's the way it's shot. Like, they could have got away with this by having everyone in a car and be super cramped, but still trying to do the briefing, and it's bumpy, and drinking still, and Moneypenny with a load of papers. It's just like probably just wasn't the way to go. If it was just M and Bond, this probably would have been a bit more interesting.
Yeah, get rid of the other guy. Get rid of Moneypenny. That would have been good.
Yeah, you're right. There's somebody else in the car as well.
Yeah, does he even say anything? I can't remember. Probably.
I don't know, but there's like 5 people in this car, which is not a big car.
Yeah.
So we then cut to Bond at the airport. Is this supposed to be a UK airport or actually in Hamburg?
I think he's landed in Hamburg now.
Oh yeah, because the woman at the desk speaks in a different language.
German.
German. Yeah.
I love the trail off there. That was great.
I had to think about that. Will I guess? But yeah, so Bond is there at the airport, and he picks up the Tomorrow newspaper, which is talking about the tension between Britain and China, and Bond, I think, speaks to somebody at the desk, like the car rental woman, and he's then waiting, and Q shows up in a red coat.
Oh, he's looking very dapper as a salesman.
Like looking like a salesman for the rent-a-car. So he's kind of a little bit undercover. So he's all like, hello, you'll need to sign this insurance damage waiver. And he's got a little clipboard and a pen. So he's like, well, you need collision damage. And Bond's like, yes. And fire damage. It's like, of course. And property damage is like, almost certainly. So Bond signs the paper, and they then disappear up into a hangar, and there's a giant crate that I think is opening as they cut to that scene, and we see the BMW in it, which I don't believe is the same BMW as the last film, because I think that one actually looked a little bit better than this one.
Yeah.
But it's like a very 90s looking BMW. Like, I can't really describe it super well because I don't know cars, but it's like the most 90s BMW car you've ever seen.
It's just kind of, when you think of a Bond car, if you ask someone to describe a Bond car, they'll most likely say the Aston Martin, or at the very least, they'll say something, slick, smooth, fast, sleek. And then this is just so big, and it doesn't suit Bond. Although now thinking of this, maybe there was a reason for that. Because we later learn that he goes undercover as a banker. So maybe they were like, listen, let's just give Bond a business-looking car, but we'll still fit it with all the gadgets. That's going to be my way to excuse it, I think.
Well, that's the best you're going to get, I think. But, as we discussed last time, there was a free film deal signed with BMW, so it had to be a BMW. But I do feel like the one last film was better than this. But it's what you say, though, like, it does scream middle-aged man. Like, it looks like what a middle-aged man would think is super cool, and it's like, check me out in my sports car, when actually it just looks a bit lame.
Yeah, exactly.
It's trying too hard. Again. But yeah, so Q then explains, it has all the usual perks and missiles and all that good stuff, and Bond opens it up, and like a woman's voice comes from the car, but that's just what's the name for it? Like assistant, I guess?
I was trying to work this out as well. Sort of on-board assistant.
Yeah,
I think it made like AI. But it's not AI.
Yeah, you just don't get this anymore. But I think it was very popular very futuristic and popular at the time, with like TomToms coming out in a few years, where it's someone who reads off stuff to us. But now we just have like Google Maps that will just read it. But this is like kind of presented more as somebody who's like an AI inside the car, but it's super basic because it's not AI that we have now. But yeah, Q was like, I thought you would respond more to a woman's voice. So then Bond goes over to Q, and Q's like, here's a phone, which is the main gadget for the film. And he says it has a fingerprint scanner, so you can scan in people's fingerprints. It also has a taser. If you press the right button, there's a little taser that comes out the bottom. And he's like, this is what I'm very proud of. If you open up the phone and it becomes a remote control for the car. So it's like you slide the phone, because it's a very 90s phone, but you like slide it on its side and then there's like a touchpad underneath it. And the top of the phone then becomes a screen which shows the camera footage of the front of the car, and Q's all like, you can use this as a remote control for your car, and he starts trying to steer it, but it like keeps braking and stopping, and he goes back and he doesn't do too well, and he's all like, oh, well, it's a bit tricky, but with practice, you can get the hang of it. So Bond takes the phone and the Bond theme kicks in, and the car drives out into the runway and he starts doing donuts and showing off, and then it comes back and he brakes just before it hits them, of which Q's like, oh, grow up, 007. And I want to get this off my chest now. They use the Bond theme too much in this film.
They do.
It is insane how many times they use the theme, and it just becomes a little bit meaningless. And it's not that necessarily the usage is bad on its own. Like for this one, I guess it's Bond being cocky Bond and driving his car around and stuff. But if they didn't use the Bond theme that much, I wouldn't mind it here. But because they do use it so much, hearing it here, I'm just like, this is just actually kind of a bit lame, which is so sad to say about, the Bond theme.
They kind of went too far the other way. They didn't use it very much in the last one, and now they're just using it at every circumstance. Like, you did not need it when he's driving in into the like the command room. It's just so pointless.
Yeah, like we've heard it like 4 or 5 times already, and that pace does not stop.
Yeah.
So I should say this is the first time that David Arnold composes the music for this soundtrack. So I think it's a little bit of a first-time composer syndrome here, is what I would guess, where he just goes crazy with the Bond theme. We've seen it before. I don't think we'll see it again, luckily, but we have seen this before. Sometimes people come in and just feel the need to get that in there because they're not quite sure what to do. Or they do write their own music, but they just want to make it feel Bond. So rather than making like original music that fits in with Bond, they just instead throw the Bond theme everywhere. And to be honest, this soundtrack I think is actually kind of bad overall. But I guess we'll get into specific scenes as we go. But yes, it's David Arnold coming in, his first film, and he goes a bit crazy with the Bond theme.
He does. I think you are right. I think it's just he came in as a bit of an eager beaver and wanted to please. But I definitely think he learned his lesson. Because am I right in thinking in Casino Royale you don't hear the Bond theme until the very end?
Yeah, I believe
which was also done. So he clearly learned, use some restraint, and when you use it, it has more impact. So we just baby steps with this for him. I will say one thing that really such a nitpick, but in the scene with Q and Bond, and Q is showing off the phone. By the way, I love the phone. I think it maybe does a bit too much in this film. It's a bit of it reminds me of like in the Bond games where you just end up having a phone for all of the missions. But I do really like the remote control car aspect to it. I remember when I was younger, like the idea of a phone could do this, and like this phone's got this big screen on it. It's amazing. But whenever they do the insert shots of Q using the phone, they're not his hands. And I know why, because he's old. He's like 83 or whatever. He's probably shaking all over the place. But could they not have at least got someone relatively old to do it? Because if you actually look, he's got quite nice skin, Q. He must moisturise. Keep his nails all nice and clean and neat. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, this is another one where I'll repeat what we said last time. Q, I mean, it's only 2 years between, but it feels like it's been like 10 with the aging. Like, he does not look great here. And I love the idea of Q dressing up as a rent-a-car guy and in the red coat and meeting up. It's such a nice, fun idea, but he just can't quite do it anymore. Like, it's far from bad. It's still Q. There's still jokes here. It's still quite charming and enjoyable, but he just can't do it anymore. It's just a bit much. Like, I think he was a bit more lively and spirited in the last one. I think the last one was really good. This one, he does feel like he just needs to sit down. Like, just let the man sit down.
Put up a chair. No, I remember reading that I think they were thinking or they were planning to make it so that Q was retired in this film, and you would see him very briefly, but not in this sort of role, which I guess they eventually do, but they just decided to wait a little bit longer. Yeah, it's a bit of a shame, but anyway, after we get the little Q scene, we are back in Hamburg, back at the Carver Network office place. Bond is there for the big party, for the news network launch in his lovely BMW 750i. I wrote down the model for some reason. He drops it off with a valet and heads into the party. And this is not your typical Bond party. I gotta say, I do like that immediately. Maybe it's because it's German and you get that sort of German techno vibe to it all. But the party is basically this giant warehouse-looking place, this giant room, and there's neon lights everywhere, and there's lasers in the background, and there's just people on balconies, on like metal stairways and everything. It's not what we've really seen in a Bond film before in terms of if you were to say, oh, this is a scene in... This would be like a casino scene or something like that. But no, we're getting this kind of high-tech 90s venue, and I do like it. It's just different. I like different stuff.
Well, this ties into how much are you into the 90s vibe? Because if you're super into it, this is excellent because it's so 90s. There's like lasers there's one scene where Bond is talking to someone and it was super distracting because the view of them was normal, but the view of Bond just had like a red, blue, and green laser just shining in the background with Bond in his tux, like his bow tie, being like, oh, no, I'm a banker. It's so, oh God, yeah, very 90s.
That's the thing. Bond is all suited and booted in his usual outfit, and then there's like a rave going on behind him, it looks like. Very, very strange. Anyway, we see Carver in this big group of people. He's sort of reeling off these little small talk stories about businesses and making them all laugh. They're all finding it very funny. Ha ha ha. Bond comes in and he's introduced to Carver as a banker, as Tom says. He's a banker at the moment, although he starts to talk about things, about stocks and how Carver's stocks are doing. Although Carver very quickly gets distracted by this other lady that walks up behind Bond, and that eventually ends up being Wei Lin.
Well, she says her name instantly because she introduces herself to Carver.
Yeah, she's from the New China News Agency, and she basically she quickly confesses that she wasn't on the guest list. She snuck in because she wanted to meet Carver, which impresses him very much so. He's, do you want a job? You would be great in my new Beijing bureau, which she replies saying that you don't have one, which is, again, more of a kind of hint as to the future plans of Carver. And whilst those two are talking, Bond spots another lady up on the balcony watching all of this unfold, and he goes up to see her. And as he goes up to see her, it's a very glamorous looking lady. She's got this lovely black dress on, and you kind of put two and two together. This is going to be Paris. But you've had this rave-looking place, this warehouse of lights. You've had not crazy music going on while all this happens, but it's still kind of modern music playing. And when it cuts to these two, the music changes. I don't know if you noticed this, but the music changes to like a dinner party, loungy music. And I don't know why.
I can't remember what the music is in this scene, but one of my notes for this scene is, what the hell is this music?
Oh, okay.
So I couldn't tell you what it's like, but this is just, I remember it being bad. I'm like, why is this playing here?
Yeah.
So I couldn't tell you what it is, but it's very strange. It's almost like they're trying to have their cake and eat it here, where they want Bond being classy and charming, like the casino scene and everything being sophisticated, but they also want a German club. And I don't think, maybe David Arnold's like, what do you want me to do here? What do you want from me? You can't, why did you shoot this like this way? I can't. So maybe he was just a bit trapped, but you're right. The music's very strange.
That's exactly what I wrote down, is that they clearly just needed a bit of classiness between these two characters. So I'll just forget what's on in the background, just change it. We're going to have it like it's in a casino again. But yeah, they're talking. They're talking. I say that. He introduces himself and she immediately just slaps him straight away because, as we now know, there's sort of a history between them, judging by what we heard in the car with them, and she's angry that Bond, in their relationship, however many years back, just left her. It's his line of work. He just left. And we learn how she's kind of moved on from Bond and how he hurt her, but she's now found Carver and she's changed as a woman. Bond tries to order a drink for her. Well, she orders him a vodka martini because she remembers, and he tries to order her I think it's a shot of tequila. I don't know. It's like, yeah, not a very classy sounding drink. And she corrects him and says, no, actually, I'll have some of the Carver champagne instead. So she's moved on from Bond, clearly. But yeah, she knows that Bond is an agent and that he's here under some kind of ulterior motive, just posing as a banker, and specifically asks whether he still sleeps with a gun under his pillow. And as she says that, we cut back to Gupta, who's in some sort of CCTV office, and it's clear that he's kind of watching all of this unfold. He's keeping an eye on her and Bond and what they're up to together.
That always felt so off to me that Gupta is the one doing that. Like, I guess I get it in the sense of, oh, you know this character and he works for Carver, so it makes sense he would be here. But it's like, you got this like cyber terrorist manning the cameras. I mean, if that's what he wants him to do, fair enough. You feel like that's a bit underneath him.
Yeah, I think he needs a job evaluation because he surely has got bigger things to deal with when he's trying to hack into the American GPS system. You're right. They kind of switch between, I mean, they got Gupta and you've got Stamper, and you've actually got another henchman later on. There's a lot of henchmen in this film. But you would have thought there would be a better place for Gupta. But yeah, he's there snooping. Bond, back with Bond and Paris, they're kind of walking now, and Bond tries to, well, he starts the process of pumping, I suppose.
Oh.
Pumping Paris for information. Hey, M's words, not mine.
As requested by Judi Dench, the pumping has begun.
The pumping queen. Why did I say that? So he starts to probe about Carver and his business and whether someone in his organization is doing something because Carver is in danger, linking stuff back to the crisis, obviously. But Paris is not budging. She's having none of it. She's kind of she knows Bond's tricks by this point, I guess, because she's seen him before. She knows what he does. So she just basically shuts him down straight away. And as she does so, Carver with Wei Lin is there and calls them over to introduce Wei Lin to them. And actually asks, I didn't know how you and Mr. Bond knew each other. To which Bond says that they're old friends, but she corrects him, says they're just casual acquaintances. And we then get a bit that's kind of like, this reminded me of A View to a Kill, because Bond, talking to Carver, asks about his satellites and all the kind of the tech involved and the potential they have, and how using very specific wording here, such as manipulating the course of governments or ships, and how he'll be something about being lost at sea, adrift, and it's very much like when Roger Moore is in A View to a Kill and talking to Zorin and ends up doing the whole fly fishing question. I guess Bond at this point he knows that he's not going to really get very far with Paris potentially, so he's just kind of trying to get under Carver's skin. But it really just does go to show how Pierce Brosnan can do all of those previous Bond tropes. He has all this stuff with a little twinkle in his eye as he knows he's letting himself in on it, basically. But
I don't know. This was I quite like it. I like the idea of Bond doing this, but
yeah,
I actually kind of thought this was a little weak, because I just don't think Pierce is enjoying it as much as a Sean Connery or Roger Moore would. There's just a real giddiness and cheekiness when Roger does it, and Pierce did it a little bit in the last one, but this one felt, I don't know, I think the tone of this scene is so all over the place, I didn't really know what to think. So especially with the music and the setting, it's a bit too much of a mess for me. So I thought this actually, I like that Pierce is doing this, and I do think he can pull it off. But in this one, I wanted a bit more of a smug, wide-eyed grin.
You wanted the grin. You wanted the Roger Moore grin.
The big, the Grinch smile afterwards. That's what I need.
Anyway, Carver just laughs off his questions, and yeah, that's when he says, "Oh, you're very creative for a banker." But he goes off because he needs to go start the broadcast for this big party and the launch of his network. So he walks off with Paris, but he does also, as they're walking away, basically tell Paris that he knows she's lying. He's onto her. Something's going on, and tells Stamper to go and deal with an annoying banker that he's got problems with. So, as they're going to do that, Bond and Wei Lin head to this other section where everyone's now gathering to watch the broadcast, and that's when some nice friendly goons come over and tell Bond that he's got an urgent phone call that he's got to attend, and Bond obviously knows what's going on. He's okay, and just follows them into this sort of back room area. Carver starts his presentation. This kind of grand, standing up in front of everyone, and this little what are they called? Doesn't matter.
Podium. Maybe?
Podium, yeah. All these screens behind him, all this stuff going on, all the news and headlines showing and news reports, and he's there saying that he wants this to be a celebration, but actually there's a terrible conflict in the South China Sea. Bad timing. But whilst we do cut back to Bond, but in the background of all the rest of the shots, you do keep hearing Carver. And if you actually pay attention to what he's saying, is basically he's sounding crazy, but he's trying to keep it sane. So he says about how he wants to save the world and be a leader in the world, but for the right reasons. He wants to save the world from tyranny and misinformation and ignorance. That's him doing his big speech anyway.
Well, he says world domination, but it's like not that type of domination.
Yeah. Whoa! Don't take me wrong.
The
though.
good kind.
Yeah. Hey, don't misquote me here. Bond is led by the goons into, I think it's like a recording studio, soundproof studio, because there's instruments and stuff in the background, and he starts getting beaten up immediately beaten up by the group of thugs in this room. It's just this little fight scene is just so bad. This might be one of the worst parts of the film because it's just these old men kicking Bond. Or at least one of them is really old, and he's just on the floor being kicked. And there's a guy with a baseball bat, and he whacks him a few times. And yeah, the main thing that stands out is just the sound. The sound effect in this fight scene is perhaps the worst sound effects I've heard in a Bond film so far.
Oh, there's some bad sound effects in this film, though.
Yeah.
There's one in particular that I'm thinking of that is just like, oh my god, did they just put in the wrong sound?
Oh, I wonder if it's the same thing I wrote down later. I guess we'll see.
We'll get there.
We'll get there. But yeah, there's just it's the punches and the hit sounds are pure cartoon. It is honestly like you are watching a Looney Tunes thing. It doesn't sound real at all. And I mean, that's as well as the fact that there's just not very well choreographed. It's kind of slow and clunky. But he does eventually take them out. They go to put him on a chair instead, and that's the opportunity for him to break free from it all, and smashes one of them through into the sort of control panel of this room where there was another guy watching the TV screens there. This last guy that he takes out, he quickly tries to message through to Stamper, but he gets cut off by Bond, smashing an ashtray or something glass anyway.
Yeah,
over his head.
I'd put it as an ashtray.
Yeah. And Bond, kind of brushing himself down, he looks over, sees Carver on the screen giving his big, crazy speech, and decides to shut him up. So he goes over to circuit board cabinet next to it and just starts slowly switching them all off, saying it's time for a station break, which, honestly, I don't think is the best quip he could have used there. I feel like there was something better.
Yeah, like lights out or something. Like there's a ton of stuff you could do with someone on a stage.
Yeah, exactly. It's time for a station break. That doesn't sound very cool. But
and it just doesn't make sense anymore.
No, exactly. And with that, Carver's broadcast very wackily shuts down and morphs and stretches as it goes off air. It wouldn't really do that, but it's got to be cinematic. So it glitches and shuts down, and he starts going mental and mad at everyone around him. What's going on? He fires this poor PR lady next to him, the one that we're introduces him earlier and Bond earlier, and she's like, shut up, you're fired, go away. And then he tells Stamper to go and investigate what's happened. So you see Stamper go into that studio room and see all the mess from the fight scene.
So I will echo what you said. That fight scene's pretty terrible. But I feel like there was a real choice here to lean into it being more comedic and silly. And I think that just doesn't quite work. Even for this film, going for a more cheesy tone, I think trying to keep it more grounded and not having these, like you say, they're like these old goons and one has a baseball bat. It's like, we're going to get you, guy. And then they like shoot it in a comedic way where the security guy who's on the other side of the recording booth is looking at Carver's speech. And in the background, Bond is fighting these guys. And it just looks terrible. Like, it's meant to be pure comedy. You're meant to kind of laugh at the idea of like, he doesn't even know what's happening behind him. But I think it might have worked better if they tried not to do that. So it's like, again, this film is going more in that direction. But I think even considering that, it's just kind of poorly put together and just a bit awkward and not very funny. And they just don't quite get that balance right at all. And it feels a bit amateur.
I would agree with that, yeah.
But I do really like the idea of Bond shutting off the broadcast. That's classic Bond, and you get a little bit more character from Carver, I mean, where he's all mad and angry. So you see the other side of him, the nasty side of him, where he's almost like a kid, where normally he's very giddy and so happy to be so super evil, but when things go wrong, he's like very snappy, and especially with how that contradicts how he presents himself in the speech, where it's like, hey guy, I'm just a good guy trying to conquer the world, but that's fine, right? And then just to see him fire that person on stage, that's it's Bond winding up the villain, and that's always fun.
Oh yeah, he properly throws a tantrum, doesn't he? Throws all the toys out the pram.
Yes, so we then cut to Bond at the Atlantic Hotel, which I'm assuming is a famous hotel in Hamburg, but I don't know, because they stay on the logo of the hotel, so you know it's the Atlantic. And we see Bond sitting alone by himself with a big old bottle of Smirnoff vodka. Very important to specify it's Smirnoff because they zoom in right on the bottle. And it's clearly product placement for money, but I like to think it's a homage to, I think it was Dr. No, where he was drinking Smirnoff vodka.
Yeah, I got big Dr. No vibes from that, where he's with his silenced gun just waiting. Yeah.
Yes, I got those vibes as well. But it does almost seem like this scene, because he looks depressed doing shots doing vodka, it's like the scenes that you assume happen in the Sean Connery films, but because they're so depressing, they never show it. Like, there's always an implication that Bond does this on every mission. They just never show it. Doing shots alone, like polishing his gun at his hotel because of all the drinks he buy. But now we're actually seeing it with Pierce Brosnan being all sad on a chair.
Oh, yeah, you're right. You're right. I mean, surely when Bond is on a mission, he's always at risk of being caught out. So he can't really ever relax. So he's got to have a drink. This happens every time.
Yeah, this always happened. We're just now seeing it 18 films in.
A peek behind the curtain.
Finally. So we see him just, he puts his gun on the side and he like sighs as well, I think. It's very mopey. So we cut to Carver watching the news in his office back at the building, and this news reporter is saying how like, what an embarrassing event for Elliot Carver. Ha 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 ha. And they're just like mocking how his satellite launch got interrupted by this power cut. So Paris, his wife, is saying how, these things happen, and is like, not to me, and is very angry. And then he goes into this story about how when I was working in Hong Kong, like I started in the industry when I was 16 working in Hong Kong, and the editor there told me the key to a good story is the why. And then it's like, so Bond, I want to know why. It was really awkward dialogue here. Like, they really wanted him to go on another little rant and give more of his backstory, but he says a good story is about the why, so he can ask her about why she knows Bond. It was something I want to say is that something that kind of hurts this whole section of the film is that their relationship, they just don't really make any effort to sell you on it.
Yeah, why would she be
all.
with him? Yeah.
Yeah, like every scene with those two in which is super brief, and it's all about them talking about Bond. And I think that's kind of a shame. I guess that makes sense for this evil villain. But even with like Christopher Walken, who was meant to be psychotic, and Mayday, even though they didn't super focus on it, you at least got to see their relationship a little bit, which sold it a little bit more with what happens later in the film. And it's like this film would have really benefited from just a little bit of that. Not a ton of that. They don't have to be wrestling in a big mansion, but just a little something so this makes sense.
Yeah, especially because, well, if you compare this to real life, and I think you said earlier, we'll probably mention more about how the themes of this is very much linking into mass media and the likes of Rupert Murdoch, that sort of character. Rupert Murdoch does have very young wives. I think he's had about 7 of them. So I suppose that bit is quite believable, that there would be just someone, without judging too much, someone in it for the money, right? Otherwise, it is just an old man.
Sure.
But then I think you don't really get that vibe from Paris, that she is that shallow. So it just doesn't match up.
Yeah, I think the seeds are there, especially when she's talking to Bond, but they just don't really bring it together. But yeah, you're right. They don't necessarily mean to be actually in love, but something to explain what this relationship is would have helped. But instead, it's just Carver doing his ranting, which is fine, but we get quite a lot of that elsewhere and better versions. So yeah, so she says, she doubles down. She says, I barely know him, don't know anything about him, and they kiss, and then we cut back to Bond in the hotel room. So I take this that he's sitting in the chair waiting for her because he's got the doors open and his chair is like pointed at the door.
Yeah, I think he was just waiting. He was expecting someone to come, be it her or just a goon.
Yeah, that makes sense as well. So so Paris enters the room. We get a little bit like a half smile from Bond, and he was like, "Oh, I was curious who Carver would send. I didn't think he would send you." And Bond does a shot of vodka. Oh God,
another one. Get it down, your son.
Man. But Bond tells her to go home, get out of here, don't get involved in this. And she's saying it's too late for that. I'm already involved. So closes the door and enters the room, and they then start talking about their past relationship a little bit and how, I always used to look in the newspaper for your obituary. And then she approaches Bond, and she's kind of pondering why him and her didn't work, and she's wondering, did I get too close? Is that why you never let me in? Did I just get too close to you? And Bond says yes. And then they kiss. Of course. Yeah. And this is where I put in my notes that the music was bad. And I think what I don't like about the music in this film is how on the nose it is for every single type of scene. Like, it's so... If you said, here's a scene of Bond girl and Bond kind of hooking up and talking about their relationship, like, this is the most kind of easy, stereotypical music you could use. And it's kind of like that throughout the whole film. The music feels very on the nose, very standard, and especially coming from GoldenEye, where it had such a distinct style that feels very GoldenEye. Even if the music didn't work, it at least felt unique and distinct. This one just seems very generic and functional, with a ton of the Bond theme thrown in there to make it a Bond theme. And it was actually kind of really disappointing, because I remember liking David Arnold's work a lot more than I remember from this film.
That's interesting, because I actually put the exact opposite. I think this scene, which had the potential to be a very good scene when you're dealing with an ex-flame of Bond's, and she's sort of scratching at the surface of why she left or why he left her. Did I get too close? I don't think Terry Hatcher, who plays Paris, is a particularly good actress in this role. I don't think she's very good as Paris. I think someone else could have maybe brought a bit more to this character and made it a bit more emotional. And I think with that said, it's not particularly emotional until you get the music, which I'm liking it for the wrong reasons, basically. I'm liking it because I think the music saves this scene. Otherwise, it would have been just really quite bad. But I'm basically it's basically just manipulation, right? Like the music's there, the music sounds all swelly and romantic, so I'm buying it a bit more. And
I meant to be sad.
yeah, like
Oh.
I'm very conscious that it is very one note in that regard, but I think what I'm basically saying is if this sort of music wasn't there, this scene would be even worse. So I'll take it.
Okay. The better of two evils then.
Yes.
But
yes.
no, yeah, you're right. Like, I didn't really think about her acting too much, but overall, I didn't buy this. And it probably is because of her acting, to be honest. I didn't really buy... Because the whole idea here is that we're really going into a little bit of history with Bond. This is someone he was very close to. But and as she kind of says, did I get too close? And he's like, yes, which is why the relationship ended. But you just don't buy it. Like, I don't really buy their chemistry, that these were two kind of people who actually would get very close. That this is the woman that Bond actually got very close to. Like, this is her. I don't buy that. And she seems a little bit more of just like a sad sap, really, going between Bond and then Carver, like two different type of psychopaths. So she seems more like a victim in all this, but not in a way where it's sympathetic or anything. So really strong idea. I think this probably came from a really strong idea, and I really like that they did this idea. But especially for a film that's more cheesy and silly, it was perhaps a bit misguided, and they even needed to go more all in on this, or just say, actually, it's not the film we're making. Maybe we shouldn't do this so much and keep it more basic.
Save this for a few films later when they actually do it properly. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just the tone of this doesn't match the tone of the rest of it.
One thing that really annoyed me in this scene is that I got annoyed at Bond because when she comes in, he quite clearly says to her, I didn't ask you to get involved in this. And it's like, well, wait a minute. Yes, you did. Yeah, that's exactly what you did. Yeah. So what ends up happening to her? That's all on you, Bond. Sorry, you can't try and say otherwise.
Well, you'd think that's why he's drinking, surely, right? Like, because he is all sad and soppy, which I don't really like. But I guess the justification for it is that it's about her. He can't be upset like, oh no, Carver's gonna kill me. Like, that happens all the time. It has to be her why he's upset.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
It's all a bit strange, but good idea, but bad execution. So we then cut to Henry Gupta, and he's talking to Carver, where Carver is like, I need more information on this James Bond. So he's all like, I was going through the security tapes and there's some audio that you can hear, so they can hear the conversation between Bond and Paris. And there's one line, which is Paris saying, do you still sleep with a gun underneath your pillow? And it gets replayed like 5 times. And Carver's getting all mad, like, Urgh. She did lie to me.
Wait, I missed it. Play that again? What does that mean, Gupta? Well, play it again. I don't understand.
Under the pillow, you say? A gun. But
oh.
Yeah, they really hammer this home. Like, let's play it 5 times. Even though you heard it the first time. But
yeah.
And then Carver says, I can't remember to who, I think Stamper or Goon or something, where it's just like, I think I got this line wrong, but it's something like, let's get an appointment for my wife with the doctor.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which is like, that's kind of lame, dude. I don't want to slag you off, but that was a pretty lame line.
Yeah. When you know, well, I don't. At the time, it sounds lame, but then you realize what it means. But I suppose he could have done it maybe in a more nefarious way, given the type of villain he is.
Yeah, like I think so. If he's going to be cheesy, make him cheesy. But this is just like, it's meant to be a threat, but it's like, get an appointment with the doctor. Oh yeah, now it's actually clicking what this meant.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I thought, okay, that now makes sense. It's just clicked. I thought the line was, well, we're going to break her legs or something, so let's get her an ambulance. But it's referring to a specific character, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes way more sense now. That only just clicked right now.
I still think it could have been a better line, but
I think so too.
It works in hindsight.
Yeah, so we then cut to the morning of the outside the hotel, and we see Paris getting dressed because, yeah, in the last scene, Bond and her were kissing, and she got undressed. So obviously they were going to go to bed. So we're now in the morning where she's getting dressed again, and Bond is in bed, and he starts saying, "I can get you out of the country in 4 hours." But Paris is saying, "No, I have to go back to him. There's no one that can protect me from him." And she gives a little bit of information saying there's a lab nearby that you can go and check it out. And she's Bond is saying, "You don't have to do this, don't have to give me the info," but I can't really remember what she says. She just kind of disappears. So she's helping out Bond, giving him some info while also going back to Carver. Again, this is something else I don't buy about how she's all like, "You can't protect me from him." I bought it when it was like Scaramanga or some of the other villains. I don't buy it with Carver. I just don't buy it. He just seems such a silly, over-the-top villain. I don't buy that she would be so petrified of him that she would go back to him because of how scared she is.
Yeah, and also because surely she must have known at that point she was a goner.
I would think so.
But I think you're right. She doesn't sell that sense of conviction of kind of knowing her fate very well.
I think, yeah, this just ties into what we've already said about this character. This whole thing is kind of very mishandled, and I think goes against a lot of the tone and the vibe of the rest of the film. So it's like a good idea here. And we've seen some of this stuff in previous Bond films. I mentioned Scaramanga because we had something very similar. And even though I didn't really like that storyline at the time, it was a little bit more effective and made more sense with the rest of the film. This one is trying to take this quite seriously and being quite clumsy at it. And you're meant to buy Carver of both this like actual intimidating force and also this silly Dr. Evil type villain. And it doesn't work, and her acting doesn't help. So we're almost done with the storyline. But yeah, one more jab at the storyline saying it's not great. I don't quite buy it.
Yeah, sorry, Paris.
Sorry, Paris. But there's one more quick scene to top this off. I can't remember exactly what happens. I think it's just Carver in like his media room just looking all mad. And I think that's it.
We do get a lot of those sort of shots in this film of just a brooding Carver looking at something, thinking, deep in thought.
With Carver brooding and looking all mad, we then cut to a load of newspaper reels being printed at a factory. So she says lab, but it's a little bit confusing this, but it's actually like a newspaper factory that then has like a lab attached to it. But I think it's also attached to like a media building. This confused me a little bit, this whole setup. But we see a load of security guards going through this newspaper factory as it's all being printed. It's all very quick, lots of paper being printed and guards guarding it. And we see Bond running along the roof that Paris told him about. So he climbs down. There's a little hatch to get into the building, and he gets like a key from his phone and then unlocks it, which I don't remember Q mentioning that.
No, I don't think he did.
Like, there was a film where it was like, here's a key that can unlock any door, but it definitely wasn't this one or the last one.
That's
or
when
License
I was
to
saying,
Kill.
Yeah, that's when I was saying that this phone just feels like it does a bit too much for one gadget. Maybe that's just the way things are heading, with the... It's a phone. These new mobile phones are tiny. They can do everything, so that's what they're playing into. But it really does feel a bit like the sonic screwdriver at times. Just whip it out.
Yeah. But it's like, it's not even
everything.
like a key attachment. I think he just opens it and there's just a key. It's like, oh, handy. Nice.
Yeah. How much stuff can they fit in this tiny phone? It's
which
amazing.
they didn't even need. Just have him break in. It's fine.
Yeah,
a bit clumsy. So he drops down into the hatch, goes kind of into the building and gets his gun out, and yeah, he's in the lab, which is kind of above the newspaper factory or warehouse, whatever you want to call it. So he hears some voices in an office nearby, so he goes and hide, and we see Henry comes out of the office, and he tells a load of goons about moving the satellite and being careful. It doesn't really matter, but they then leave, and Bond goes to approach the office, and he gets his phone out again, but this time it's an electronic lock, so he saps it with the taser that Q told him about. So he gives out the old sap, it fries it, and he enters into the office. And we get a really odd scene where he's like looking in all the lockers and files and just can't find anything. And then we just see him like sat there being like,
I like that. He doesn't go straight to the answer. He sits there like, oh crap, Where is it? Let's have a think about this. Hang on a moment.
Yeah, it's very non-Bond, which isn't
Yeah.
bad at all. But it's like Bond usually goes and is like, oh yes, here it is. But no, this time he looks and he's just like, oh God, I usually find it straight away. What do I
was
do?
not expecting that. Yeah.
This is strange.
Dear. Q.
You win this round, Carver.
At the end. Yeah.
Yeah, but he does sit down, and while he's moping, he sees a poster, so he checks it, and behind the poster is a safe. And he then, how does he open the safe? Let me figure. It's the fingerprint scanner. So he gets his phone out for the third time, and this time he uses the fingerprint scanner. So I always thought this was actually quite cool, where he scans the fingerprints. So the phone can scan fingerprints, but there's like a fingerprint detector scanner on the safe. So you put your finger on, and then it unlocks. So Bond scans that to get what the fingerprint is, and then puts the phone up against that scanner, and it pops open the safe. That one I actually think is really cool.
Yeah. Most of the stuff the phone does, I really like. It's just when things come out of it that you didn't mention. And I have said before, I don't mind about gadgets not being explained, but the phone was very specifically pointed out. So I feel like when there's a key that just juts out, don't do that. But yeah, the fingerprint thing, great.
Yeah, I agree. The actual stuff that we know about, good, but don't add another 3 or 4 things. No need.
Yeah.
So he opens the safe, and there's porn, there's money, and there's like drugs in there, which is never explained. I guess the idea is that this Henry Gupta is not a good guy, quite a sleazy fella, so he has a lot of stuff in his safe, I suppose. But Bond also finds the encoder in the red box. And something I do really like about the encoder, because it is kind of the thingy-me-bob, the MacGuffin of the film, but everyone's just like, yeah, the red box. Like later in the film, Carver's like, give me my red box.
Where's my red box?
Yeah, I had a very specific red box, and I need it back. I like that they do just treat it like that. So yes, Bond takes the encoder, the red box, puts it in his jacket, and walks out. And as he goes to leave, he hears something, and Wei Lin enters the room. And as she does, the alarm goes off, and things start kicking off. So Bond quickly shuts the door she came through and locks it, and runs away, but the guards are able to open it because it's just locked by electronic lock, so they just type in the code, and yeah, it all starts kicking off. They start shooting at Bond. Wei Lin just escapes, and he gets back onto the roof, and then from the roof he goes down a different set of stairs where he enters like this large lobby area, and all the guards are shooting at Bond, but he says Wei Lin like across the way, and she like attaches a wire to the wall and then starts slowly walking down the wall at like a 90-degree angle. So Bond sees her and gives a bit of a look, saying that's strange, but all the guards are shooting at him, so he's just trying to run, he's trying to get out of there. So Bond then goes from the lobby into the newspaper factory itself. And Bond goes on top of this like big yellow platform, and then a guard catches up with him and they start having a fight. So they're punching each other, they're wrestling each other, but the yellow platform kind of moves over the top of the paper line that's all being printed below them. And then Bond is like kind of hung down a little bit by this guy, like pushed his head and neck over and is kind of trying to push Bond down. So Bond then like punched the guy, but he kind of acts like a henchman for some reason, where he's like not bothered by it.
Yeah.
It's like, aha.
Yeah, this guy is surprisingly tough.
Yeah, he gets that very like Jaws tee-hee reaction where Bond punches him and he's just like, haha. So Bond punches again and he's still fine. And then it takes the third punch, and then that's what kind of knocks him back. And then...
Yeah.
Sorry, go on.
He needs a promotion. I think Carver needs to... There's some good potential, closer guards there. Not just someone in his factory.
I think, yeah, for a factory guard, he's pretty tough. But then we have, I think, the most sympathetic character in the whole film, where a man in like a red suit jacket then has to go and attack Bond. And he seems pretty old. He seems like he might be a dad or something. I think he's a little out of his depth.
Oh my God. I did not think twice about this character, but now you're actually making me sad.
He is sad because he just, he's got the boarding thing. Like, I don't know why he's got the red jacket in, but he doesn't look like he's not a security guard or anything. He just looks like someone who works there. who's like, "I'll get him." Like,
Wait, that was Q if it was in a
Oh.
red jacket.
Q the whole time.
Oh, no.
Oh, that's how they could have written him off. That's how they could have done it.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe next time. But yeah, so this poor man, this dad, starts attacking Bond. And then Bond just quickly punches him, like straight away, into the newspaper machine down below. And he lands into like this pit where all the newspaper is going. And then a load of blood just appears on all the newspapers that are coming out. So Bond takes a look and says, "They'll print anything these days." Which, solid line.
Yeah.
Solid line. But I just felt too sad from this just like poor dude. Because it's not like, oh, we had to fight him. He was just there to get shredded. I don't know why the manic guy who could take the punches to the head didn't get shredded. They instead sent somebody else who just looks like a regular person and have him get shredded and have his blood and guts all over the news.
I'm going to sound really dumb here. I didn't even read that as blood when I first watched it.
What do you?
It so clearly is. I thought it was just ink, given they were on like a paper line. But of course it's going to be blood if a guy's just got thrown in the machine. Oh, no.
Yeah, and it might be the only time we see blood in the whole film.
Yeah, maybe. Oh, that poor guy.
I know. Go back and get a picture of him, dude. That's R.I.P. that one guy who just was trying to be good at his job. So Bond threw him into a giant machine. He got absolutely shredded, and then Bond made a joke about it.
I'm going to look him up on IMDb. I'm going to find this actor, and I'm going to send him a message.
What's that message?
You got done dirty in Tomorrow Never Dies.
He's probably just happy he was in a Bond film, to be honest. The actual actor himself, anyway. The character is, again, the saddest thing I've seen.
Yeah, well. Oh. Well, way to bring down the podcast, Tom.
I do what I do. But yeah, so then we cut to Bond leaving, and he's in another part of the warehouse where it's all just the giant paper reels where they're all in a big, like, they're all kind of wrapped up. So the Bond theme starts playing for like no reason as Bond is just walking through the warehouse, but somebody starts shooting at Bond, so he starts running, and at this point he then ducks and runs away, and oh, this is so bad. And then there's a trolley, like what you would see in a warehouse where you put something heavy on it so you can pull it along. So Bond, with the Bond theme playing in like full force, jumps on the trolley and just like slides along the floor while everyone's shooting at him. And then he just gets to these closing big doors, rolls underneath it, and he escapes. And oh, this was so bad. This might be the worst use of the Bond theme ever. I really hated it.
It was the thing is it wasn't even a normal Bond theme. To me, it was almost like a Broadway version, like a show tune version. It was really kind of flourishy, and especially for this use of it. If you're going to do something like that, if you're really going to, because it does sound different to a normal Bond theme, if you're going to do that and make it sound extra special, have it for an extra special moment.
Yeah.
Not just Bond sliding on a pallet for a little bit. That is bizarre. It is bizarre.
But yeah, it's a double whammy because the Bond theme shouldn't have been used here, but also it just looked really stupid. Pierce Brosnan sliding along the floor on this. Like, you had your scene, you had your fight, you had your quip. It was a good quip. Thumbs up for the quip. And now you just have to do this like awkward thing of him escaping that you could have just cut to him outside. Just get rid of the scene.
That would have been better. Yeah.
I don't know if this is the Moby version of the Bond theme, though. This might be where it's used.
Oh.
So yeah, part of the
yeah.
soundtrack. I don't know if it was actually used in the film, but as part of the official OST, there's a version of the Bond theme that Moby did.
I actually really do like that Bond theme, though.
I can't think of it. If it wasn't part of this score, I can't think of it.
It's kind of similar to what we hear. Like, it's very techno and all that sort of stuff, obviously. But no, I don't think we hear it in the film itself.
Okay, that's probably for the best. I can't think of it. I need to go check it out.
It's the one that has sort of samples from previous films, doesn't it?
I'm not sure. I can't remember it, dude.
I think it has like lines from Goldfinger in it or something like that, like lines from previous villains. Anyway. But yeah, after that lovely Bond moment with the pallet, he's escaped the factory and he walks out to find his car. The BMW's parked nearby and drives off. I think he's spotted by Stamper at this point, potentially.
Yeah, Stamper's like on the rooftop opposite the hotel. So I don't think it's spotted at this point, but Stamper is watching him.
Okay. So yeah, as Bond is driving off, he gets a phone call. It is actually a phone, I guess, as well as all the stuff. Yeah, it does what it needs to. So he gets a phone call from Carver. Carver's literally just phoning him straight up. I guess he can get anyone's number. And he says about Bond having 2 possessions of Carver's that he would really like back. One of them being the red box, the good old red box, and the other one being his wife, Paris, who is in his hotel room. So with that, Bond is driving back to his hotel. And that's when Stamper, who's on the rooftop, watches, because Bond goes down to the hotel car park beforehand and goes to park the BMW, locks the decoder in the sort of glove box compartment, fingerprint scanner, all that jazz, and arms the car. Can't remember if the German voice lady says something, probably. That's all she's there for, is just a few gags here and there. But he goes up to his room. And after he's done that, Stamper on the walkie-talkie says to all his men, go down, get the decoder from the car. And I just put down in my notes here again, this car is just not pretty. It's so sad. I really wanted a nice car here.
It would have sold it for what happens next and how it's used. It really would have sold it if we had a great looking Bond car. So, but as we already said, it looks like a middle-aged man. Maybe that guy who got shredded. It looks like something he might have made. Saved up for 10 years and bought it.
I think also it's just the fact it's just a plain grey colour. I don't know.
Is it not bluey? No, it was blue in the last film, wasn't it?
Yeah, it just looks dull. And if you're going to have a dull looking car, make it red or black or, I don't know, bright yellow. Maybe not that.
Yellow and brown, yeah.
Yellow and brown. Scaramangers are going, yes, very good.
Good.
Bond goes up to his hotel room. He's got his gun out because he knows something's up. And as he goes in, he spots Paris on the bed, dead, been strangled. And in the background,
I like that you rhymed that. Paris on the bed, dead.
Paris on the bed, dead.
It's like a nursery rhyme about Paris on the bed. And the little one said, she's dead.
She's dead. Where was I? How dare you interrupt?
Paris on the bed, dead.
Paris on the bed, dead. And in the background, there's a TV. And it's playing this news broadcast, this woman on a news broadcast talking about Paris's death as if it was a real news announcement. And then it kind of later says about, her body was found with an unidentified man as well. It seems to be a victim of a self-inflicted gun wound. So Carver here is clearly setting up some sort of murder-suicide scene as Bond is looking at Paris's body and kind of caressing it and holding it and obviously very distraught. And as he's doing that, this very German-sounding man appears behind him through the doorway with a gun, holding Bond at gunpoint. And this is Dr. Kaufman. This is the doctor that Carver organised his wife to meet.
If we did sound effects, that's when I would add in like cheering and hooting and hollering like a sitcom.
Yeah, this guy is such a joke. Such a joke. He comes in, he takes a videotape out of the TV, kind of revealing that's not live. It's actually pre-recorded thing that they're planning to publish after he's done the deed here, taking out Bond. And yeah, he reveals he's Dr. Kaufman. He starts bragging about how he's a noted, outstanding marksman, pistol marksman, sent by Carver, and that he took care of Paris, and she put up a real fight, a real struggle, kind of boasting about it all. And yeah, this guy has the thickest kind of comedic German accent. Honestly, it's kind of strange because some parts of this scene coming up are played very, I think they're meant to be played quite dark, and they just don't work because this character, I mean, at one point Bond says, if you shoot me from that angle, it's not going to look like a a suicide, and he responds saying, "Mr. Bond, I could shoot you from Stuttgart, and it would still create the proper effect." And it's just, calm down.
Oh no.
No, I do actually like the character in isolation, but it's just what comes up later on. I think you've said it many times already. Like this film doesn't quite know its tone with some places. Anyway, whilst that's happening in the hotel room, you cut back to the goons back down in the car park at the BMW. They're trying to break into it. They're touching it, and it's electrified, and they get zapped, and then they get the sledgehammers out and they start whacking it, and it's bulletproof and shatterproof, and they're not getting through to it. So they message through to Stamper, who then messages through to Dr. Kaufman, and he kind of embarrassingly interrupts Dr. Kaufman as he's about to take out Bond with some static in his earpiece. And this is where you get more of the like silliness, because it's like, oh, don't do that sort of thing. Oh, this is so embarrassing. Anyway, Stamper's asked Kaufman to force Bond to unlock the car, because clearly he knows how to do it. And he'll torture Bond until he does, which he's also apparently very good at, and he does it as a hobby, torturing. So not a very nice man, but he's got a funny voice. So
Yeah.
yeah. Bond says that the way to unlock the car is with his phone, so he goes to use his phone, but the Kaufman's like, no, let me do it, and grabs the phone off of him. And Bond says, oh, just press these buttons and it will unlock the car, which he does, and obviously that's a trick, and it activates the taser of the phone at the bottom and shoots out some electrical zaps and deals with Kaufman, and gives Bond a chance to get up and grab him and grab his gun. And he gets Kaufman on the floor on his knees and points his own gun back at him, at his head. And this is what I mean with the tone, because this is quite for Pierce Brosnan anyway. This bit is quite gritty, where Kaufman is saying, "Please, I'm just a professional doing a job. Don't kill me." And Bond replies saying, "Me too," and just shoots him point blank. You don't really see anything, gory, obviously, but yeah, he drops dead. And it is quite like, you don't really expect that from Pierce Brosnan. I think he can pull it off. I think it does work. Maybe just if they tone down the German doctor character a little bit, because it just kind of muddles it somewhat.
Well, this is where I think the film actually turns around a lot for me, because I think leading up to this scene, I was still like, what is this film? Like, why is it? Is it serious? Is it not? Obviously, it's mostly cheesy, but I think it jumps around a lot. You're right in this individual scene that they kind of do contradict each other, especially because having this character massively goes against the serious storyline they're trying to have with Paris, because she's just dead on the bed the whole time.
Yeah.
While this doctor's going like, too loud radio, yeah. like with this dead woman on the bed that Bond is supposed to have a real connection to, but it didn't work out for them. So, but the fact that Paris is kind of, I guess some of it is that Paris is now dead and we can move on from that storyline, really helps the film a ton, because now we can focus more on like Wei Lin, who's the more interesting and better character. And I think having Dr. Kaufman there but just before this scene begun, or once he got to the hotel room, I got like struck by lightning with the memory of like, oh, I know what's about to happen. Oh no. But then he shows up and he's just so much fun. I really like him. Like, he does so little, but I found it incredibly entertaining. It was such a commitment to the humor that it just made me laugh. I thought it was just hilarious. And you're right, the line at the end does kind of go against it, but it's still a really cool line. And I think I was more on board. The inconsistency of the tone, I was more on board with it at this point, because this scene is such a rubber stamp on, no, this is what we're doing. Like, this is the plan. This is the mission statement. And it took me kind of a while to get to that point. But as this scene happens, I was able to more get sucked into it and enjoy what this film is about. And yeah, he's the most silly character in the entire film, obviously. But we've now hit that, like, not rock bottom, but we've now hit like the peak of the silliness of this film, which kind of allows you to just enjoy the rest of it, while also still throwing in some of those like more gritty moments for some reason. But I kind of could enjoy it. I got to the point where I was just kind of enjoying it from this scene onwards.
I want to see a spin-off with that character pre being shot, and J.W. Pepper. I think they go together quite well.
Oh no!
Yeah, what do you mean no? You'd love it. You'd love it deep down. Don't lie to me.
I want Dr. Kaufman for sure, but not J.W. Pepper. Let's not go there. Let's not go to a dark place.
There's another character. I'm sure there's like one more obviously comedic character that I'm missing, but they would make a good trio, I swear. BB maybe. Get BB in there.
No, maybe not. Baby.
Oh.
Kissy, yeah.
Right. Well, after Bond has dealt with Dr. Kaufman, he escapes through the window of the hotel room, and he's spotted by Stamper. That Stamper gets around. I mean, he's still on the rooftop, but he spots Bond escaping, and Bond heads down back to the car park. He sees all the goons are still there around the car, still trying to get in, still can't work it out. And this is where we get the start of the first kind of vehicle chase of this film, because there's two big ones. And he starts by using the phone, the trusty phone that does everything, and actually using the remote control element of it, and gives it a double tap. And that releases some tear gas around the car, which obviously distracts all of them around there and gives them a chance to start driving the car away. So he drives it around the corner and lowers the window and dives through into the back seat of the car as it drives past. So this whole scene is Bond in the car, but he's not actually at the wheel in the driving seat. He's kind of crouched down at the back, in the back seat in the rear. And this is a really fun scene. Because at this point now, so Bond's jumped in, the music kicks in, and I really like this music. We've talked a little bit about maybe how it's been a bit all over the place with some things, but I think this track in particular works, especially with this scene of the car chase, because it is very electronic, but then you still get some of the Bond brass. I think it's all just done quite well. At one point, you even get kind of like a weird piano mash. It's like someone's just like going, I don't know, it adds to all the chaos that's unfolding on screen. But yeah, once he's in the car, controlling it from behind, it really is now just showing off all the things that this car has to offer. All the goons start chasing him. They're all in cars. They're all shooting. He uses Stinger missiles to blow up some henchmen in front of him, and I think he uses them later on to blow up a doorway or something.
Well, he tries to blow up a doorway.
Yeah, he tries to. He uses spikes from underneath, like little metal spikes underneath as he's driving around, because it all takes place in the car park, basically. It's going around all the different floors and levels. And they shred some tyres behind him of another car, and he actually drives over them again later on, but thankfully he has reinflating tyres, so they just reinflate back up and he carries on. And as all this is happening, you just get these shots of Pierce Brosnan in the back, just so giddy. He's loving it. It's boys with toys, as Natalia would say, whilst he's doing all this. And I
don't know. We're not quite done with it. I think the concept's really strong, but I think it goes back to what you're saying. This is very chaotic. And I think broadly speaking, I think the action scenes in this film are too chaotic. And I kind of feel that with this one as well. But it's still a really fun idea for the set piece, of course. It's I think Bond driving a car in a car park and being trapped and having to go backwards and up and down and trying to figure out, that's really cool. But I think I still like it. But I think the main problem for me is that it's, all of these scenes always have to go to 11 when perhaps they don't need to. And I just become a bit numb to all the explosions and craziness that all of these action scenes seem to add in.
There is one bit that I would say does cross that 11 mark. So there's a goon with a big kind of bazooka rocket and aiming right down to where Bond's driving. The car's coming up to it. And honestly, worst goon ever. He somehow managed to have the worst aim and shoot through the broken windows of the front and rear windows. It's like there's holes in both of them, and it just goes straight through. It probably does. It hit another one behind? I think it probably takes
the
out.
Car that's chasing Bond at that moment gets blown up by this goon.
Honestly, you could have aimed anywhere else, you'd have been fine. Terrible. But the part that kind of crossed the line for me in terms of wackiness, is when they set up kind of metal cable across the car park, put a piece of it like where you go up, and to stop or to get past it, Bond activates this little gadget that comes out of the hood ornament, the BMW logo. It rises up, and it just so happens to have these tiny little cutters at just the right height to cut this metal cable and allow him to get through. That is, I think, where it went a bit too far.
I was so confused by that because I thought they were setting up, oh, Bond is lying down in the back, so it's just going to rip the top off, but it won't matter. But then, no, Bond then activates a little like buzz saw and saws through it, which, as you say, it's all quite perfect and syncs up. But I don't know, the setup for the car we had from Q was like, it's got all the standard equipment. It's like, is that standard equipment? Is that just like,
That's
in what situation
now.
would you use that?
In my head, I'm doing a lot of help for the film here. In my head, it's sort of like got a sensor where it just knows to go to the right height, and it's not just programmed.
Maybe.
It's not just programmed to be.
I mean, it does have a camera in the front of the car, doesn't it? So I guess it could use that.
Yeah, that's the way I'm getting past it, but it is a bit much. I think the what you said would have been a better idea, actually, like the top being smashed off. They've done it
That's
before,
what John would have done.
and it makes more sense to do it here, like you say. I don't know, missed a trick there, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I think it would break how this scene ends with the car because Bond pretending to be in it. But still, just don't do it. Like, you could have just took it out. It would have been fine.
Yeah.
And I'll be honest, the reinflating tires, I thought that was kind of dumb as well. Like, that he breaks his own tires and then hits a button and they just reinflate. It's like, how is that? That feels very sci-fi. That a tire could repair itself and just inflate itself like that.
Maybe, I don't know. Q's very good.
I mean, yeah, Q's excellent. There's no one better. Nobody does it better. That's what that song's about.
Nobody does it better.
No one does it better than Q. But that's like replacing the rubber of the tire. You're not meant to think about it, so I'm going too far. But yeah, again, some of this stuff, it's still fun and I still like it. But some of this stuff, it's like, just bring it down to like an 8, guys. And I think you would have had a better scene.
Well, especially because you do have two of these scenes.
Yeah.
The second one doesn't have as many gadgets in it, but still. To end off this scene, the set piece, Bond starts to drive the car out onto the top of the car park. The German computers, like the voice is telling him off. But just before he does, he jumps out of the car. He does grab the encoder as well from the glove box and jumps out without the people behind him noticing. He carries on controlling it on the phone and up on the roof, just crashes it straight through the wall, straight down onto the street below, and very dangerously straight into an Avis car rental building. And that's got to be one of Bond's most reckless things there. I mean, he could have easily killed some innocent people, but it doesn't matter. It's all good. It all worked out.
Yeah, I like that little moment because, he rented it from Q, so now he's like returning it. So
yeah.
I quite like that gag. I'm surprised he didn't make a line there, say something like, I thought he would have quipped.
I think it's because the computer, I keep saying computer, the car quips. Because doesn't the voice say like, we hope you enjoyed your journey or something like that when it crashes in.
It does,
and
doesn't it?
I do like how Bond, you don't get quip, but you just get a little, as the car's flying, you just see him like with his hands. It's like, there we go. And it's great.
Yeah. I will say, though, I've complained a little bit about this scene. I do remember as a kid thinking this was like the coolest thing ever. Like you said before, how you really like the idea of the phone, but actually seeing this scene, I remember really liking it. This was like my favorite scene in the film. Like the goons trying to get into the car and stuff, and then this big crazy scene. I did really like it. It's just now that I'm a bit older and we've seen quite a few of these films, it's like, it's still pretty good. It's still pretty fun, but some of the stuff I think just crosses a line. But it's still, I do remember loving it when I was younger.
Yeah, I do like this scene. I like the premise of it, and I think it's kind of, I was going to say done to its fullest potential, and then some, perhaps. Maybe too much.
I think that's fair, yeah. So we then cut to a US Army base in the South China Seas, and we see a helicopter landing at this base, and Bond gets out, but is in his commander gear. Like the Navy commander gear, so it's in blue, and he's wearing the white cap as well. I don't know if they ever explain why he's in this gear because they're not at sea, but it's super nice to see. First time we're seeing Pierce Brosnan in the gear, and he looks fantastic.
Oh yeah, looks great.
Looks great. So as he gets off, we hear a "Yo, Jimbo!" and it's Jack Wade from GoldenEye.
I completely forgot Jack Wade came back.
I knew he came back, but in my head, I kind of merged this film with The World Is Not Enough. So, like, some of this stuff, I wasn't too sure which film he was in. But yeah, I do remember him coming back.
Wait, is he in The World Is Not Enough as well?
I don't think so. I kind of mean, like, before watching this film, I didn't know if he was in this one or this one.
Right, because Zukovsky comes back in that film. So it's sort of, yeah, I can see how that might blur together.
Well, I remember that because of the tar. That helps.
Yeah.
But yeah, so Bond's like, what the hell are you doing here, Wade? So, yeah, Wade kind of explains America, just like the last film. We're not officially part of any of this. We don't want to get between Britain and China. We don't want anything to do with this. But another American man kind of comes up to them, and Bond shows him the encoder because he got the red box from before and he was able to keep it. So he shows him the encoder, and there's like a little, I don't know why, but there's like a computer thing set up for them in the middle of this like airstrip, which is more, I guess, for plot convenience, so we don't have to see them go inside, but it's a bit strange.
It's terrible place for a conversation. You can't hear a thing. It's very loud.
It makes no sense. But yeah, they plug in the encoder to this big computer type thing, and Bond asks this man who's with them, the American, like, could you use this in theory to redirect a ship? Of which I think the man is all like, oh, do you mean the Devonshire? And Wade's like, no one, we're just talking hypotheticals here. No one said that name. You're crazy. We're just asking if you could do it. Of which he explains, like, yes, well, I guess you could. And we get like a Star Trek style explanation from Bond where he kind of explains that you could do that. Then I think Bond is like, like putting a magnet next to a compass. Like trying to simplify these scientific explanations.
Here you go, dummy. This is what this means.
Yeah, but I don't think you needed that. I bought that this encoder could redirect someone.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Yeah.
So you see two circles on the map, and the man says, oh, well, these two circles should be lined up, but they're not. So he's like, somebody has tampered with it. Somebody has done something with it. So Bond asked the man, like, could you find, now that we know how it's been tampered with, could you use this to find where the Devonshire sunk? And he's like, yes. Of which Bond turns to Wade and says, I need a favor. And we then jump cut to Bond on a plane. And we have this like American instructor army type where he's like, you're going to do the halo jump. This is the most dangerous jump we ever do. You're going to be traveling 200 miles per hour, so don't break your neck. And also make sure to take off your gear. So he explains what the halo jump is. I don't really know what it is, but it's what he's doing. And it's played more for comedy, where it's just like, this is super dangerous. Everyone dies doing this. And Wade's like, are you sure you want to do this? And he's like, it's the only way I can do this, I suppose. So Wade tells him, once you want to get extracted, turn on your beacon and we'll come pick you up. I don't know why he says that, because I don't think we ever see Wade again in the rest of the film.
No.
It's a bit odd. So Bond goes to jump, and we see the Wade, the army instructor, and the man from before who helped with the encoder is saying Bond is actually about to jump into Vietnamese waters. So where the ship ended up was actually near Vietnam. So we're about to send a man all in US gear into Vietnam waters. So I can't remember exactly what they say, but it's played for laughs about the idea. It was like, oh, that's not good. The old Americans being seen in Vietnam, like, which, it's a very brief thing. So Bond then falls out of the plane, and we get a scene of Bond very high up falling. I don't think they quite say what height it is, but this is a ridiculously high jump. I think the halo jump is quite a famous thing about the idea of being ridiculously high up to kind of not be seen, I believe, is trying to be stealthy. And Bond is just dropping.
In my head...
Yeah.
Well, I might get this wrong because I might just record it wrong. But the guy that's like instructing him and saying your head might snap back, who also, by the way, feels like he should be straight out of Predator or something like that. Like he really very strange. I mean, I get why they do it. It's like tough American guy, but I want to say he said 3 miles.
Oh, did he? Okay, that makes sense. They would say it. But he gives
Maybe.
a lot of numbers and info at you.
He does. I could have got that wrong, but it's big. Like you say, it's big.
Yeah, it's very big. So he's falling, and we do kind of feel that a little bit, where Bond is falling and just dropping. But he then goes into the clouds, and we see Bond in the clouds, and then he comes out of the clouds, and we see the ocean, and he just goes like straight into the water, incredibly quick. Or he pulls his parachute just before he lands, but still drops very quickly, and then takes off his parachute to go into the diving gear. And this scene was incredibly disappointing, that dropping scene. I feel like the Moonraker one was better than this, because they do a decent job with the sense of speed of Bond falling, and there are quite a lot of shots where it's kind of, staying on Bond, but you never really get that sense of scale because so much of it is just too zoomed in. You don't get any of those shots trying to sell the height. And it's like, man, this should have been really, really cool. And we've had better shots than this. I thought with like in the late 90s, they could do this better than previous films. But it's just like, this should have been, in another Bond film, this would have been the highlight of the film. But here it's just a bit, Bond jumped from a plane.
Oh, I thought they did all right, actually. I think there's like maybe a couple shots where you're seeing the clouds from overhead. And to me, that was enough of a sense of scale to sell it. By the way, it was 5 miles. I just looked up. It was 5 miles. So
That's a lot.
It's a long fall. Yeah, I didn't mind this, actually. I don't know. When you say Moonraker, you're referring to the pre-title sequence?
Yes.
Right. You need Jaws there for a sense of scale. Get Jaws back.
I think so. But those like kind of, that just sold it more, that they were really high up and then falling. There was just, maybe it was the editing, the directing, whatever it was. I really wanted to feel this. And something I've been incredibly impressed by the Bond films is the way they shoot these aerial scenes. And I think this one just felt really disappointing in comparison. It's this should have been better for Bond doing a halo jump. And the cloud stuff is cool, but they just needed to set it more. And I just don't think they hit the heights that they could have done with this scene.
Yeah.
But anyway, so Bond is in the water and he's gone quickly into diving gear. He's just taken off his parachuting. He's a diver. And he very quickly goes into the ship. He finds the HMS Devonshire sunk. So he goes inside. He swims in through the giant hole that like the drill missile left and turns on a flare. And we get like a jump scare of one of the corpses of the crew. And it's like the music kind of kicks in. But then like there's even more bodies and just nothing plays. So it was a bit... I don't know why there was a jump scare there.
I'm also going to be a little bit gruesome here and say that I don't know how much time is meant to have passed. I guess not that much. But I feel like they did floating corpses better in For Your Eyes Only. I swear they made them look a bit more dead. Whereas
I agree, but we know that M was only given 48 hours to do this.
Oh, that's true. That's true. Okay, I'll give it a pass then. Yeah.
Yeah, it's... I this seems quite brief, which I like, because sometimes with these Bond stuff where, again, I'm the guy who likes Thunderball, I like that diving stuff, but we've seen this quite a few times, and For Your Eyes Only left a bad taste in my mouth, so I'm a little bit on the fence when it comes to diving scenes now, but this one's actually quite quick. So we see Bond go into the ship, and he goes into the missile room that we saw before and sees that one of the missiles is missing. But as he's looking at the missile, somebody comes up behind Bond and jabs him in the side with a harpoon. So they start fighting for a little bit, of which this other person loses their breathing tube on the face, and Bond sees enough of their face to say it's Wei Lin.
Again?
Wei Lin's back, yeah. She is back. So, like, I think this commotion causes the ship to then starting to slip off this rock that it's on, or start to shake. So it tilts, and that causes all the missiles to start tilting, and it blocks the entrance that they came in. So now that, they're now working together somewhat because they know who each other is. I don't know how she knows it's Bond, but whatever, it's fine. So they're now stuck inside while the ship is shaking, so the ship might fall down at any moment. They've got to get out. And they see a hatch above them, or a big pipe. And they try to get through, but they can't because their oxygen tanks are too big, so they have to ditch the oxygen tanks. So they both ditch them, they both start swimming up, and we get some more shots of the rocks underneath the ship falling because it's going to go down, but they swim through. It's all quite tight, but they manage to escape and reach up to the top of the surface, where there's a small fishing boat, and there's a little bit of a quip about Bond being a banker because they talk a little bit, but Wei Lin calls over the boat because it's her people, but Stamper's on the boat and kills the guy on that boat who was with Wei Lin, and that's them pretty much captured. And I actually quite like this diving scene. I think the concept of them being stuck in the boat and having to ditch their diving gear to escape is really strong. And I feel weird for saying this, but I almost wish it was longer.
Wow.
Because I think some of the tension is somewhat lost due to how rushed this is. And I don't think the Devon the ship ever falls down anyway. Like, it's kind of just shakes a bit and they escape and we never see it again. It's not like it actually blows up or collapses or anything. They get out. So it's like a cool setup, but then they just do it. It's one of those in an action film where there's not really any... They set up some interesting stakes, but then they just do it and it's fine.
Yeah, I liked it too, actually. Coming from me, not a massive fan of underwater stuff, even though If Your Eyes Only is very high up on my list at the moment. But I think I just appreciate, kind of the fact it came from the Halo jump scene as well, is maybe I'm just getting into being an old man, but just a bit of peace and quiet in the film. Just slow things down a bit. And with all the craziness we just had in the car scene, you've now got this. You've got it's very visual storytelling, isn't it? I mean, you're underwater. You can't have any dialogue. It's all just pointing and gesturing and what have you. And I can appreciate a film that just knows when to have the action and then slow things down a bit. There's still action, but just in a different way. And yeah, it's just nice as an audience for that.
Yeah, completely agree. It's a nice tone setter while also being exciting and interesting. But I would have taken more of it. I would have liked more of the Halo jump and better framing for that. And I would have taken a little bit more of this, which is odd. But I think the concepts are just strong enough that they could have done a little bit more if they wanted to.
Tom wanting a longer Bond film.
I need it.
What has happened? Is it Upside Down World?
Is that joke from the 90s as well, Joe?
I just want to get into it, you know. Okay, so sorry, I'm getting called out here with my terrible sense of humour.
It's been 18 episodes. This is where we get nasty. This is...
Oh, this is going to get interesting then. Once Bond and Wei Lin have been captured, they're taken on a helicopter. They're handcuffed together, which plays a big part later on. They're handcuffed together in the copter and taken to Saigon. I don't think it's called Saigon anymore. Don't know what it is called, but I'm pretty sure that's one of those places.
Vietnam, right?
Yeah, somewhere in Vietnam. To Carver's headquarters there. His news network building there. You can tell it's his because once again, we get another big banner of his face, just like we had in Hamburg. There's a huge banner on the side of the building, which will come into play later on. And as they're taken inside the building, taken to go see Carver, they're going through a hallway. And Wei Lin, this bit is like a real blink and you miss it moment. Wei Lin spots General Chang, turns out to be, who is someone from the Chinese army. She spots him going past as if coming out from talking to Carver. But I don't think we've had any mention of General Chang up until this point.
No, he gets mentioned quite a bit after this point, but no, we've never heard of him until now.
We're just meant to take that, oh, that's important. He's an important character, remember that, as they go in to see Carver in this big room. And once again, Elliot Carver's on his little tippy-tappy PDA. He loves that thing. Basically an iPad before an iPad. And he is typing up Bond and Wei Lin's obituaries on the big screen in front of him for the next day's paper. And kind of reveling in it, as he tends to do with this sort of thing. And with that, he sort of is revealing to Bond and Wei Lin, or them to each other, who they really are, that Bond is Secret Service for the British, and that Wei Lin is, I wrote this down, Chinese People's external security force. So I guess the same thing, the equivalent, but in China. And you do get this little bit where Bond mentions, or he asks, "Oh, are you going to do the same thing for Paris?" About writing her obituary, and Carver responds saying that actually Bond was the one who wrote her obituary when he asked her to betray him. And I just like that because, as I mentioned earlier, when Bond says, "I didn't ask you to be involved in this," it's like, yes, you did. Bond is definitely the cause of that. And I like that it's actually, he's getting called out for it finally on screen by someone.
He's a liar.
Yeah, that was all you, Bond. You were the one who did that. So don't start getting all, snarky with me. Anyway. Yeah, so once Bond and Wei Lin know who each other are, Bond tries to sort of trick and mislead Carver into believing that, oh yeah, we've been working together for ages. You're never going to do your plan, which Carver very quickly refutes because he brings up some headlines on the big screen behind him, and they're all kind of these very scary sounding ones. Well, one of them, most of them are about escalating tension between Britain and China. And then it ends on one saying the Empire will strike back. And he's like, oh, I rather like that one. And it wasn't even mine. So yeah, he's basically, he knows that they're lying because the two countries are still at each other's throats and they have not got back to any of their commands yet with any news or anything. So he starts to then compare himself and his media empire to Napoleon, the likes of Napoleon and Caesar, and with his new network and satellites, he would be able to reach the most people ever in the history of the world and influence them all and basically compare himself to God. Going proper crazy now. Bond even says you're crazy and he doesn't really care.
I was half expecting to be like, is that you dressed as Hitler in the background? Once he started saying about Napoleon, it's like, oh no, here we go again.
Wade comes in, is like, oh, I've got an idea for you.
A museum of sorts.
Yeah. And as he's doing this, he ends up his little speech, and Gupta comes in and tells him that General Chang is waiting for him. So Carver goes to leave Bond and Wei Lin in the capable hands of Stamper, who's also there, and his toys, because we soon learn that Stamper was an apprentice of Dr. Kaufman. Yeah, that guy. And he was being taught the art of torture. And Carver starts talking about chakra points and all these places where you can be tortured and it hurts a lot. And, we can take out your heart and you can watch it stop beating, all that sort of villainous mumbo jumbo, along with this kind of very ornate box full of kind of cartoonish looking spikes and blades and things. And it's like, use this one first or leave this one till last, he says. And yeah, it's all very cheesy. But as Carver goes to leave to go see General Chang, Bond kind of kicks the desk a little bit, or does something to distract one of the guards nearby and knock him over. And since they're still handcuffed together, him and Wei Lin then does some martial arts and does like a spin kick and takes out another one, and they kind of work together to take out all these people around him. Bond tries to use one of these torture devices and throws it at Stamper, but it just gets him in the leg and doesn't really seem to bother him very much. Kind of comes back later on, that idea of pain tolerance, I guess. But Bond grabs a gun from one of the knocked out guards, starts shooting up the place, shooting up all the pottery and all the art and everything and everyone around there. And they eventually make their way to the window and shoot the window open, jump down through it and land on the rooftop of this building, because I guess they were the very penthouse bit. They're now on the rooftop of it and they realize they're trapped. So Wei Lin has a suggestion, has an idea to use that big banner of Carver's face that's down the side of the building. So they each grab a bit of rope that is being used to tie it up, and they just jump off. They jump off and they rip this banner straight down the middle as they fall down, as they sort of abseil down the building. And thankfully, it doesn't just rip all the way down. That'd be pretty funny if it just the plan just completely failed and it just ripped all the way and they just fell to their deaths. But no, it stops right near the end. and gives them a chance to sort of use their weight to smash open one of the office windows next to them and like spill into it, smash through into it. And
I think this is the like beginning of Bond and Wei Lin working together, which I guess we'll talk about a bit more in the next scene, but great. Like really great stuff. This handcuff stuff is really awesome. It's with Bond, and it's like a lot of action comedy. It's balancing the action and the comedy, and this one kind of really gives that great balance. But I just want to go back to because at this point I kind of shift gears and was enjoying the cheese a bit more. So having Carver come back for another round of cheese, I was kind of up for that.
Oh, yeah.
He goes all in on it. But he has some good lines where Bond calls him insane. But he's just like, well, the difference between insanity and genius is success. And I'm just like, I like that. Good for you, Carver.
I like him. I love him. I think he's a great villain.
I definitely warmed up to him a lot more as it went on, because you do have to treat him a certain way. And the cheese is just all in at this point. As you say, with the torture stuff, I think in another Bond film where he's talking about torturing methods, it would be a little bit more intimidating, but this is just so silly. Stamper's just a silly German man with Carver in the background saying he's God. It's just, you just don't buy it. And Bond has a really great line where it's just, I think Stamper is saying, the record is 52 hours to keep someone alive while torturing them. I aim to break that record. So Bond just says, I thought watching your show was torture enough. Yeah, screw you, Carver. Get wrecked. Like, for what Carver's personality type and Bond's personality type, it's like the perfect line. They have created such a great villain for Bond to take the mickey out of, somewhat like what Sean Connery did with Goldfinger and stuff. It's not the same dynamic, because obviously Goldfinger is very different to Carver, but you can still get these lines and poking fun. And I think the fact that, this torture stuff isn't taken super seriously kind of is in the film benefit. At this point, it's just kind of this very silly, cheesy set piece, which leans into the other cheesy set piece of stripping the banner down and falling. It's like it kind of finds that balance a lot better here. And this is when I was kind of really enjoying the film.
Yeah, I like this whole scene. I particularly like, there's a line where you learn about Stamper was being trained by Kaufman, and Stamper goes, he was like a father to me. And it's just really? Can you imagine those two together? Good God.
Yeah. It's like there's so much of this stuff you just don't buy, but it's kind of like, I think that's the point.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so very entertaining, fun scene. Because we get a lot of Carver. We actually get a lot of him. It's not something I was really thinking about when watching this film. But, we talked a lot about villains and how they use the villains. And I'm a big fan of when they introduce the villain early and then keep him throughout the rest of the film. And this 100% does that. It's the same as Goldfinger. It's the same as Zorin. It's very much that template. And how this is the scene of Bond has been captured and Carver is, getting his philosophies in his face. And he doesn't actually tell him his plan. I think they do mention about something about midnight. We're going to have to bring up our plans to midnight because of you. So that's all you really get. But no, it's more just him like saying stuff in his face, and it's more silliness, and it's just fun.
Fun. That is just it. Just fun.
So they have now escaped successfully. We don't see them in a lift, thankfully. We just cut to them at the very bottom of the building. And we get some bickering between Bond and Wei Lin, where she's like, let's take the car. But Bond's like, no, the bike is quicker. And she's like, I'll drive. And Bond's like, no, I'm driving. So eventually they get onto this bike where Bond is driving it and she's like on the back, but it's because they're still handcuffed. So I don't know why they don't just separate themselves, but it doesn't matter. So they then drive up and she kind of like climbs over the top of him, and she's like on the left handle of the bike and he's on the right handle of the bike. So they're kind of working together to drive this thing. And the Bond theme plays because, of course, it does. At least it's like appropriate here. Like this is when you would, similar to GoldenEye with the tank scene, this is kind of like the equivalent of that, the bike scene and the chase scene. So it's nice to actually hear it in the right place for this.
Yeah.
So there's a load of Jeeps, specifically Range Rovers, if anyone's interested. A load of Jeeps chasing them and shooting at them. So they're going through the busy streets of Saigon and lots of people on bikes. So Bond being on the bike, or Bond and Wei Lin being on the bike, means they can kind of maneuver a little bit better, but they're still being chased. So Bond asks, how many of them are there? How many are chasing? So she says, hang on. And she like flips and sits on his lap looking the other way, like climbs over the top and then sits and starts looking to see how many people there are. But they go into like this factory loading area. So it's like where a load of shops are, but it's just a load of people like loading stuff up off trucks. So they drive through being chased by the jeeps, and Wei Lin grabs a hook nearby and like cuts a load of barrels open, and that causes, I don't know if it's water or something, but a load of barrels fall on them, and Bond's like, great job. And another jeep chases, but that crashes into a truck full of fireworks, and then all the fireworks start going off. I'm assuming that's CGI, but I didn't really think about it until now.
No, I don't. Yeah, I didn't pay attention too much to that bit. Yeah.
But yeah, so a load of fireworks go off, and Bond hits a dead end. They're not too sure where to go, so he turns around. For some reason, he does a quick wheelie. I don't know why.
Because he's cool, all right? That's why.
Oh, the cool factor, yeah.
Yeah.
Forgot about that. So he then goes up on... Are they... I put boats, but I'm not very convinced they are boats. They might just be trucks.
Well, when they go up a level?
Yeah, because he starts going up on all the ramps.
Yeah, I think they're boats.
I thought they were boats as well, but we don't see a river anywhere else, I don't think.
Well, who knows?
I don't know.
Something.
So we'll say boats. It might just be a canal, because they are on Saigon, which is near the docks. But yeah, so he drives up on a load of boats. All the time he's just being shot at constantly. It's something that I don't really like about this film. Whenever they do action, again, just has to be constant bullets, just constantly landing beside Bond wherever he is. And it just really is lame. But yeah, so he drives up and he goes up to the rooftops, and I don't quite know what the city layout of Saigon is, but I guess there's a load of like slums on top of rooftops where people live, because they drive through like a clothesline.
Oh, right, yeah. Yeah, I guess so. Or
Yeah,
maybe not, and they just did that for the film, but yeah.
Yeah, maybe. But I think there's meant to be a load of slums up here. But yeah, they're driving on the rooftops on the bike, and they go through a clothesline and get some clothes in their face, so they throw it. But now they're on the roof. A helicopter shows up and starts like shooting at them. And yeah, non-stop shooting, lots of shooting as Bond is driving on the rooftops, trying to get away from the helicopter. And eventually they enter into a house and stop. So the helicopter circles back and starts waiting for them, waiting to come out the other side. Bond sees that there's a rooftop opposite them. So they're on one rooftop. There's a gap, and then there's another rooftop. So Bond asks Wei Lin to get onto the back again. And it's like, oh, I need you for the weight distribution for what I'm about to do. So he drives out of the house from the other side, gives himself a little bit of a run up, and then goes full speed. And the helicopter is quite low at this point, trying to find them. So the bike jumps over the helicopter and then lands on the next roof and like crashes down. And there's a naked woman in there having a bath. That's very quick. I don't even think they see her. It's just they then, because they've smashed into someone's house, they drive away. And then there's just this woman looks annoyed and then smiles. I don't know why she smiles.
I don't think she's in the bath. I think she's in bed.
Oh.
With someone.
Oh.
It's the same sort of gag they're doing in so many chases where, yeah, something's revealed and it's like those two people in the camper van in A View to a Kill or something along those lines, yeah.
Yeah, the guy's using the toilet in Living Daylights.
Yeah.
Oh, that makes more sense why she smiles then. I just assumed she was showering or bathing or something because she was just naked and you don't see the second person, but that makes a little bit more sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Bond then leaves and he kind of goes up on people's balconies and just driving along, and every time he drives along the balcony it just collapses, so we get this like chain of Bond driving along a lot of balconies with everything collapsing underneath, and they then kind of come off those and end up in a crowd of people, and they're not going very fast, so the helicopter shows up again. It then goes down, points downwards, and like points the spinning blades like into the street and starts slowly going forward. And Bond is, do you remember what he shouts at everyone?
What? No?
Because he's shouting a phrase in what I assume is Viet, in not in English, trying to get people to move out the way, but he keeps shouting it, and I didn't write it down.
I didn't write it down either, no.
But he's shouting for people to get out of the way. Everyone's panicking because they see the helicopter. They're slowly trying to get through. The helicopter's catching them up and like sawing everything up with the blades, and eventually they're able to kind of get and escape down an alley on the left. So Wei then spins on the bike and sits on his lap again so she can see the helicopter, but they drive on and they get to this another alleyway, and they're cornered. So she's like trapped, and Bond says never. So the helicopter does its same trick where it like goes close to the ground and then tilts forward so the blade's coming down, but it doesn't go all the way down this time. So Bond grabs a metal hook of a clothesline. He then charges the helicopter full speed, and at the last second slides underneath it, like goes like horizontal, slides underneath it. They jump off the bike. He then throws the line into the propeller. This causes the propeller to crash and explode, and that's the helicopter taking it care of. And I will just say before talking about the scene, there's like dummies inside the helicopter, and it's so fake.
Yeah, I spotted that too. Like one of the arms is so stiff sticking out.
It does look like Action Man figures, like in a little toy. It doesn't look very good.
No, it doesn't.
But yeah, this is definitely one of the standout parts of the film. Like, it's a good use of the Bond theme. It's a chase, but I think they've really, we complained a little bit about the Living Daylights chase being a bit plain, and it does feel like since then they've made a real effort to mix it up and do something different. And this time we have a bike chase, but he's handcuffed to a Chinese agent, and that's gives that really good balance of action and comedy. It's funny seeing them go back and forth and bicker, but it's not annoying. It never really distracts, and you get lots of destruction, and it's a very unique environment. And the helicopter is almost treated in a very like a menace way. Like, it's almost got its personality of its own with the way they chase it down, and I think that makes it even more intimidating. And you just get some cool stunts with the bike, and it's great. This is a really great, like, entertaining scene.
Yeah, I think you were spot on with the helicopter stuff there, because we've had helicopters in Bond films before, and I remember kind of complaining about some of them because they just do the same thing. They just fly over, they'll shoot, and then Bond will do something and it'll blow up. Whereas I like that with this, they actually did something a bit different and brought the helicopter very, very low down, where it's doing that tilt and with the rotor blades and like trying to churn them all up. And it just, as you say, it gives this helicopter a bit of a personality of its own. And the fact it just keeps throwing back and it keeps getting so close to Bond and Wei Lin on the bike. I really like the scene. I would say actually it's a smidge too long for me. I think something about it could have just been cut down a little bit. I did, by the end of it, I was like, okay, yeah, just get out of this now. But for most of it, I did like the whole element of the handcuffing together and moving around the bike and the jump over it. It's kind of very video gamey, like with some parts, like jumping over the helicopter, sliding under the helicopter. Yeah. Yeah,
I mean, I still would say like some of this stuff could be toned down. Like I mentioned before, the shooting stuff gets really silly.
Yeah,
like,
you're right.
Really, really silly. Just how there's constant bullets landing. It just looks so fake. It's just quite unbelievable. And yeah, like when he's driving along the balconies and they all collapse underneath, like it's a decent visual, but maybe that could have been toned down. Like, yeah, a little bit of toning down would have been good. But I think overall they got the balance really right with this one. And I think the fact that this film is a little bit more kind of cheesy than other films, I mean, like it just fits right in. Especially with this helicopter. Like some other Bond films, if you did the helicopter chase this way, I'll be like, why is the helicopter like a character? That's a bit weird. But I think because it's this film and the way it's kind of handled, it works really well. Very exciting scene, very, very good stuff.
Yeah.
So then they've escaped. So we cut to Bond and Wei Lin showering in the streets. I guess that's what you do in Saigon. So they've got this like... Yeah, there's just a load of water showering on top of them and they're cleaning themselves. And Bond says, oh, you were very good with that hook. And Wei says, you were pretty good on the bike. But they're still handcuffed together. So Wei Lin's like, oh, don't you get any ideas? But Bond like takes her earring and then uses that to unlock the handcuffs. So they're now free. Or he unlocks her handcuffs or her side of it, and Bond suggests, like, hey, we should work together on this case. That would be a good idea, right? And she just locks the handcuffs onto the pipe of the water and says, I work better alone. Or she works alone, I think is what she says. So walks away, and Bond is now handcuffed to the pipe with the water. So he just tears it off instantly, and water just shoots everywhere. But we cut to Wei Lin arriving at this building, somewhat looking abandoned building in Saigon on her bike. So Bond is trying to follow, but doesn't know where she's gone, but it's just kind of looking around. It's another scene where Bond is just a bit lost, being like, normally I just find them straight away, but this is weird.
What do I do now?
I guess I'll just stand here for a bit, but normally she's just right. They normally make this more obvious. I'm very confused. But yeah, so he starts looking around the street and he sees a jeep pull up to a building, which is full of goons. And all the goons enter into this one building where Wei Lin entered, and they start fighting. And it's all very martial arts. So it's I don't know exactly what type of martial arts, karate, whatever you want to call it, but we get a very martial arts focused fight between Wei Lin and these goons. So Bond knocks the man out who's waiting outside. I think there might be a gag here, but if there was, I didn't write it down.
Oh, he goes. Is it where he goes with the lighter and he goes to light his cigarette and then does like a little flourish and just punches?
Yeah, that's the one. It was a bit odd. I guess I don't know if it's meant to be funny, but yeah, he goes to light it, but just punches him in the face. The old light cigarette punch to the face. It's a classic.
Oh yeah.
So Wei is in there and she's fighting about 4 guys, but is overall, holding her own, doing a pretty good job fighting back. She starts trying to run away, but she kind of gets choked a little bit by one of the guys, but she uses that as an opportunity to run up along the wall and like flip over the top of the guy to escape. And yeah, she then starts climbing up the ladder, trying to get from these guys, but is still kind of kicking them. And is kind of down to one goon left. So Wei Lin kicks the man down the stairs who tries to chase him. And he finds a gun and is about to shoot her, but Bond comes out from behind and knocks them out. And I don't have a ton to say about this scene. I guess it's just more interesting to see like Wei Lin and I guess people who are meant to be from Vietnam, I would guess, because it's Saigon. I would guess maybe they're from China because, Bond identifies their guns as Chinese army, so these are meant to be Chinese people. But just seeing this type of martial arts scene, it seems well put together. It seems like it's a decent fight. So I guess I don't really have much to say.
Yeah, I think it's never going to be sort of Jackie Chan or Bruce Lee levels of martial arts here. It's very Hollywood, a light, like martial art light sort of thing. Although that's not to discredit, what's her face? She just won an Oscar, for goodness sake.
Michelle
Yeoh?
Yeah, that sounds right.
She's good. Like, she's really good. I just think like probably in the script they didn't really want to do too much with it. But it's still far, far better than the last time we had this sort of stuff, which was The Man with the Golden Gun. I mean, that was like that feels like a lifetime ago, and I guess it was. But I think all this martial arts stuff's great. It's a nice change of pace. I really like Wei Lin. I think she's a great character, and just seeing these little scenes where she's dealing with them herself and getting it done for the most part. She's a solid character, and actually has some substance behind her. So all good for me.
Well, yeah, it's nice because we're getting another Bond girl who's not supposed to just be the old James sort of thing, where she's a Chinese agent. And yeah, it's surprising just how well this kind of works. Like throughout the film, she hasn't really been set up personality-wise all that much, but seeing her just show up where Bond is, that's really cool.
Yeah.
Like, that's really cool to see her show up either before Bond or after Bond. I think it's mostly after Bond. I don't think they make her better than Bond or anything, but just having her kind of show up makes her really intriguing and interesting. So now that we actually have them working together and we get a very entertaining scene with them and Carver, we get a very entertaining scene with the chase, and now we see her fight. It's like, this is all just kind of entertaining stuff. It does make it give that more generic 90s action film, just suddenly having like a martial arts scene, because, this is around the time of, I guess, The Matrix would have been soon after this, and Crouching Tiger, which I think the actress was in as well. So it makes it feel a little bit more generic, but it does set up her character a lot, and she has been set up to this point, so it's just great having her on screen. Like, she's a really great presence in the film.
That's it, really, isn't it? You said it yourself. She's been sprinkled in up until, well, this scene before as well, but we've seen just little glimpses, and there's actual payoff now, and I think that works really well. I think if we'd had this character just out of the blue, it would not have worked anywhere near as well. So it was a good decision for them to do that.
Yeah, very well done. So Bond tells her about the gun, saying it's Chinese army, which means that General Chang sent them. So General Chang is coming after her. But I think she then agrees to work with Bond as long as it's not personal. But Bond's like, this is about stopping the war, which she agrees, which I really didn't get that line. It's like, what is that? What do you mean? Like, what are you talking about? Like, yeah, Bond is an agent trying to stop a war. Why would you? I don't know.
I guess
she's awkward.
I guess I took it as she's just suspicious of the West.
Oh,
because,
maybe.
Maybe that she thinks he's got ulterior motives as well. I don't know.
Maybe. Yeah, it just goes so quickly. I thought just cut the line. But so Wei Lin explains that this is so bad. this mumbo jumbo, saying that some stealth material went missing. The stealth material. And they traced it back to Carver. And they're saying Carver must be trying to spill a stealth plane. But Bond is like, that's probably actually a stealth boat. So he must have been using the stealth boat to do his evil plans. But stealth material? You're just gonna...
Stealth material.
Stealth material.
Stealth material.
Oh, we left our stealth material lying around, and you would have thought you wouldn't find it, could you? It's stealth material.
How did they know it went missing? Yeah.
Yeah, they was just like, just have to reach out and be like, oh, there's nothing here. Usually I can feel some stealth material.
That's a good gag in like a Q branch thing there. I feel like there's potential there. I like that.
They must have done. Maybe with the Vanquish. Maybe they made a joke about that, the Vanish.
Oh, God, yeah.
But they had a lot of stealth material for that car, so that works out. That's quite
They
good.
had a ton of stealth material, and none of it went missing either.
Oh, God, can you imagine? So they remember that Carver mentioned about moving his plans forward to midnight. So he's probably using his stealth boat or stealth ship in order to do his plans before midnight tonight. So they mentioned about warning both their governments to make sure they're aware of what's going on. And Wei Lin then presses a load of buttons, and it turns this quite basic looking house into like a spy cave, for lack of a better term. Like, all the walls flip and you see a load of computers and terminals, but you also see some guns and weapons. And then there's a joke here about Bond saying like, oh, you go and grab the equipment, I'll send the message to our governments. And then he looks at the keyboard and it's all in Chinese, and he's like, you know what, actually I'll let you type. Which is surprising, because normally I would suspect Bond to be like, well, I went to Cambridge, so
oh, here we go.
I'm good.
Here we go.
Just start typing away, speaking fluent Chinese. But no, they actually have acknowledged that maybe there's a language that Bond isn't very good at.
Yeah, I mean, we got that at the very beginning as well, where he's in Oxford. He's trying to learn Danish.
Oh yeah, I'm sure that's what was.
I'm sure that was all serious. Yes.
Yeah. So, Wei Lin goes on the computer and starts looking for the stealth ship and where that might be. So they're trying to narrow down the port. So there's a little bit of back and forth between the two about trying to find what port or what bay could this ship come from. So they're like, well, here's all the ones in the area. Then it's like, okay, which ones could go to where the Devonshire ship sunk back in one night. So that then makes it go lower. And then it's like, okay, so which one could it be in terms of any suspicious activity? So they eventually narrow down to one bay where it could be. But all while this is happening, Bond is just like playing with all the gadgets. It's very much like what we see with Q Branch, where Bond usually just like gives some gadgets, like he's playing with gadgets, but this time he's playing with like Chinese version of the gadgets. So one of them is like a Chinese dragon head, and he just puts his arm on it and it just shoots fire. And then he picks up like one of those fans that you can, one of those like Chinese fans, and kind of it shoots out a load of strings, and it ends with Bond finding about the new Walther gun as well, and just kind of picks it up and takes a look at it. It's like, oh, it's the new model, which is nice. I guess it doesn't really come up at all, but I guess the idea is that the Chinese are technologically ahead of what Britain can do.
I guess that's because he gets the watch as well, doesn't he?
Yeah.
And she's like, oh, that's not an upgraded version. So don't tell Q that.
Oh no, he would hate that.
He'd hate that.
He's like, I gave you the car, man. What do you want?
The phone has everything.
It's got everything.
Come on. I'm one man.
And then we get a weird moment here as well where I think they're setting up that Bond is falling for her, because he like stares at her as she's typing, and like some piano music starts playing, and like she looks up and like half smiles at him and stuff, and I guess that's them falling for each other a bit. And I guess I appreciate the effort, but in a Bond film it seems so out of place and sappy. Like I don't think you needed to do this.
No, I don't think so either. Or maybe if you are going to do that, don't put in the sappy music either.
Yeah, there's the music. Again.
Yeah, just have it as a little moment and move on.
So I guess fun to see the Chinese version of this, because I think this is supposed to be a really big deal. Britain and China working together. I don't really feel that anymore. Maybe I guess politically, post Hong Kong relations, like this probably would have been a bit more crazy. So they kind of go, I think that's what you're kind of supposed to feel. But as it currently sounds, I'm like, yeah, that's fun. Bond and a Chinese agent. Don't really think that much of it.
Yeah, I agree. As I say, I think the two of them work together very well. I think they have good chemistry, and yeah, it all kind of makes sense, I suppose. I like the idea that what the film starts off with these two countries at war, and then you're getting the agents together at the end. It's nice.
Yeah, it's nice. I didn't really think about it like that. While it's like, what, Romeo and Juliet, like, wow, the country's war, two agents above it all. It's like, I didn't think about it like that. And I'm not going to, actually, because I don't like that. It's too
maybe
cheesy.
not. Romeo and Juliet, although some of the sounds, some of the music, you would maybe think it was Romeo and Juliet. But yeah,
it's more just very of the era 90s, like cheesy romance sort of stuff. Not like all in romance or anything, but these little moments feel very 90s.
So we then cut to the place that they found on the computer, which is called... I actually looked this up, because when you see it on screen, the reason why it's up, you see it on screen, it looks remarkably similar to the place from The Man with the Golden Gun. Well, it's not, obviously, it's a completely different place. That was... I can't remember where that one was, but yeah, we're in Vietnam now, obviously. So it's Halong Bay, is what it's called. That's what Wei Lin says. But it's very pretty. Not the same place, but it's equally... It's got all the little islands poking out the sea. Very nice. Very nice. And we see Bond and Wei Lin kind of next to a sort of harbour area, where Wei Lin says that she's found a contact for someone that can take them out to the area they're after to try and find the stealth boat. They've got to pay a lot of money, though, because everyone is very scared of this area. It's quite dangerous. Boats don't usually go out there. So they pay this guy, and... we see as the sun sets, they're on this boat. Probably got a name, this boat. I don't know what it's called. I feel like it's one that it's a similar one to we saw in The Man with the Golden Gun, actually. And I think we had the same question then. Oh, yeah, they had
a very specific name, didn't they?
That's why I'm wondering. Oh, well, it's gone. But they're on this boat preparing for the mission ahead. And they're sorting out all of their gear. And whilst they're doing this, Wei Lin is talking about her job and how... it's usually quite boring. It's quite routine, she says. But then every now and then she gets to go out and work with a decadent agent of a corrupt Western power. So, I was like, man, first Bond is a sexist, misogynist dinosaur. Now he's this. He just can't catch a break. He gets no respect, I tells you. But yeah, they're setting up their mines on this boat. Talk briefly about mines. Because as night falls, before... Is it midnight, did you say, is when the Carver thing is planned?
I think the time aspect kind of disappears, though.
Yeah. It's nighttime now, anyway, and they're on a smaller boat. They're on like a little motorised dinghy boat, searching for this stealth boat and looking around. They eventually find it. It's sort of like you get this idea that, oh man, we still haven't found it. Oh, there it is. It's really quick. Yeah. So they go up to it, and because it's that one that has the gap in the middle, they go inside the boat and pull up inside and get out, and they start to set up these mines. Bond says set them up with a 10-minute timer, and the plan is that either these mines will just blow up the ship entirely and cause it to sink, or at the very least, it will make it appear on radar, this stealth boat, because of having kind of breaches in its hull and being a light. It'll be on radar, and then hopefully by that time, the governments that they've informed, respective governments, would have been able to do something. So, as they're doing that, Carver, who is on the boat, ready for his plan, he starts it by firing 2 missiles at both sides of Britain and the Chinese fleet, just to start aggravating things up. Let the mayhem begin, he says, as he does so.
I don't think this is fully explained, but this is how I took it. So I just want to double check that they plan on using the missile that they stole from the ship to make it look like Britain is firing the missile.
So the missile that they stole is a nuclear one.
Oh, so it's not so these
That's
are just
the biggie.
regular missiles.
Yeah,
Right.
these are just normal ones. I think they're just sort of getting the tension going.
I see. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, because it cuts to the British, one of like these British ships that is in this fleet that's been sent there, and the missile avoids them, but they do see that they're being attacked and that there are more Chinese jets on their way incoming. And Carver then spots one of his workers not paying attention to his computer screen and moves over to him and grabs him by the hair and, "What do I pay you for?" Because on the screen there's like a camera feed and you can see Wei Lin is there setting up all the mines. So he says if she's there, then Bond's probably there too. So he tells Stamper to go and deal with it, go and get her, which he does very quickly. Wei Lin is just kind of sorting all out, and Bond, who I think is on the other side because she climbs over like the inside of the boat.
Well, it's that whatever name you called it, right? Where there's like 2 sides of it. So then there's a body of water. So Bond's on one side and she's on the other.
Yeah. So she's on the other. She gets grabbed by Stamper. Bond, who's on the other side, he starts to get attacked by some guards, but quickly deals with them. And actually one of them, I think he has a knife and he stabs him. And he uses this guard's body to fake his own death because Stamper's there, and he starts shooting, but he can't quite see fully because he's sort of shooting from the side. So as he does that, Bond just throws this guard's body out into the sea to make it look like he's dead. And that gives him a chance to then go further into the ship itself.
That was cool.
Yeah.
Like, it definitely makes Stamper look like a giant idiot, but I guess he is.
Oh, he definitely is.
It was a cool idea.
It's just a very quick little agent-y move that did the job. Yeah. When Stamper tells Carver that Bond is dead, we do get another delicious as well.
Oh.
I don't know why I really focus a lot on the delicious. He only says it twice in the film. I just think it's such an odd choice, but there you go. Then Carver asks Stamper to bring in Wei Lin, as well as disable all the mines. So that plan is ruined because they're going to deal with that. Anyway, with Bond inside the ship, he kind of starts to sneak around and look around. Wei Lin is brought into Carver, and they're there together. And as the plan's unfolding, he starts to boast about the position he's in and you know what he's done so far to get all this, and now the Chinese are on their way to start attacking the British fleet. And he then says about Bond's death, because he thinks he's dead, and how his body is slowly sinking to the bottom of the sea, which means he's his new anchor man, which, another great line, honestly. I think Carver has better lines than Bond in this film, I gotta say, in terms of quips anyway.
He probably does. I mean, it's, again, in a more serious Bond film, this is just completely stupid, but in this Bond film, it works because it knows it's being dumb.
I mean, you say about being stupid, this is the bit straight after this. When Wei Lin learns that Bond's dead, she gets angry and goes to attack him. She's being restrained by guards, but she goes to attack him and then pulled back. And we're left with a rather delicious little moment where Carver mocks her martial art. It's really quite bad, but he does like this whole like thing, and
he makes the noises.
Does
I think
the
it's the
noise.
noises that make it pretty bad.
But then he has the gall to call her pathetic afterwards. I mean, come on. Wow. Yeah, no, I'll tell you what, I'll let you in a little secret. The reason why I really like this scene is because it sounds so dumb, but at one point I was this was not now, but a previous time I'd watched this film, I was fast forwarding through this particular part for a section. I don't know why, and I had it on like 2x speed, but it still had the sound. So I suggest to anyone, just watch this bit in 2x speed. It is just
Wow.
yeah, it's so good, and now it is just forever ingrained in my memory, that one part. Back in London, we see M storm into that control room that we saw earlier, and they're all still there. The Admiral's still there. The Minister's there. They're all still keeping an eye on the situation because they've sent the fleet to the South China Sea. She has now got Bond and Wei Lin's alert that they sent on the computer, and she's confirmed with the Chinese government they've got it too, and that they should now be looking for an almost invisible ship on the radar, that is, and that Carver has been playing both sides for fools. So MI6 are now up to scratch in terms of information, which is good. And back on the ship, we get a little bit of kind of Bond MacGyvering here, because he gets a glass jar from somewhere, I can't remember where, and he arms a grenade, releases a pin of a grenade, but puts it in the jar so it doesn't fully release. So it's basically a mine now, a makeshift mine. And he also uses a little detonator from the watch that he grabbed from Wei Lin's place, and sticks it on the glass jar as a way to activate it when the time comes. So he makes that and sticks it next to some explosive tanks. The film very helpfully pans over a little bit and shows like a little explosive symbol. Oh, okay, yeah, that'll work. And whilst he's doing that, Carver is giving the typical villain spiel, even more of it, explaining his master plan to Wei Lin. And this is where we actually get all the pieces together. We've heard little bits about how the Chinese are involved in this, and General Chang and Beijing and all that sort of stuff. So Carver's plan is basically to launch a new world order. If you haven't got that it's crazy by now, that's kind of it. When the Chinese jets attack the British fleet, the jets that are on their way, Carver will retaliate as if it was Britain by launching that stolen nuclear missile, and he'll launch it at Beijing. It's a little bit convoluted, this plan. At the same time he launches it at Beijing, General Chang is going to be calling a meeting with all of the high command, and he'll be late. He'll be late to it. So he'll get everyone in one place and basically nuke them, which will give Chang the chance to topple and sort of create his own government from that. And with that, he'll organize a truce, and he'll be a world leader, and he'll be a Nobel Peace Prize winner. And it's, Carver's doing a lot of stuff for this guy, but in return, Carver gets exclusive broadcasting rights in China for the next 100 years. Honestly, sounds like a bit of a faff for all that. Don't know about you.
Yeah, I completely phased out when he was explaining this. I'm glad you explained it, because I had none of these details, apart from like the exclusive rights in China, which I was like, oh yeah, I guess that's pretty handy. But yeah, I completely phased out. I missed so many of those details.
There's so many steps to it, and it's like you just want to broadcast in China, all right, fine. But that's where Chang comes into it, and it's a little bit like, oh, did he really need to be a named character in that way? I guess so, but I think it sounds more complicated than it actually is.
Well, they were before going with this idea of him creating the news, and this actually isn't that. This completely destroys that idea. For more, it's about coverage in China to open up a new market. So this is why I kind of just ignore it, because I think the idea of him being obsessed with creating the news to get the scoop quicker is probably more in line and a bit more fun. It's dumb, but it's a bit more dumb and fun, like he kind of is. And this one is the more convoluted Bond plot about world domination or some nonsense. So I kind of choose to ignore it.
It is a bit nonsensy, yeah. Yeah, and you're right, actually. I didn't even think about that, but that has kind of changed his, that earlier scene where it's tapping away. Like, what do we got for today's headlines? Do this, slime the president. Give me more of that. I don't care about Chinese broadcasting rights. That's very realistic and dull. So, anyway, Gupta on the ship as well, on the stealth boat, is preparing for the missile launch. I think Bond earlier had spotted him walking, so Bond finds him and holds him at gunpoint and holds him hostage, thinking that he's a vital part of the plan now, that Carver will need him. So Bond sort of reveals himself to Carver and asks for a trade Gupta for Wei Lin, which Carver finds very romantic and starts to read off this quote about like William Randolph Hearst or someone. I don't know. I mean, I tuned out and so did Bond, because Bond, he spots this guard trying to sneak up and shoots him and then says, sorry, I tuned out, which I think we were all feeling at some point. But Gupta says to Carver that everything's ready to go. Press the button. Beijing is toast. So with that, Carver sort of realizes that he doesn't need him and just shoots him instead. He's outlived his contract, he says. So Bond's bargaining chip is sort of gone, but then he's got his backup plan. They even say about having a backup plan. And so that's when he detonates his little thing on the watch, and the grenade jar blows up next to those explosive tanks, which then causes the whole ship to start to go aflame. Not uncontrollably, but there is a big breach now in the hull, which means it's going to show on radar. And it also gives Wei Lin a chance to escape from Carver and meet up with Bond.
I do really love that grenade thing. It's such a cool little visual you get here where he activates the watch and this very tiny explosive on the jar shatters the jar, and just seeing this big old grenade and the pin go just to see it blow up. It's a really satisfying visual, the grenade coming out of the jar.
Yeah, and I complained earlier about all the stuff that the phone was doing, but this is Bond now without a gadget, and well, I guess it is a gadget. With the watch,
a bit of a gadget.
It's still a bit of a gadget, but he's still having to do a little bit more, and it's good. I like it.
Yeah, I like that bit. Something I'm not really into by this point, but it doesn't bother me that much, is this whole idea that Bond really cares about Wei Lin, and he says before the mission, oh, we're going to get out of this together, me and you, and he says this again here and repeats it, saying, we're going to get out of this together, I promised, because he's trying to save her. I didn't buy it in the slightest. I don't think it's a big deal. You know, she's the Bond girl, and I think she's a strong enough character by herself where this doesn't really affect anything, and it's still fun having her here and bounce off Bond. But actually trying to sell this as a romance, it's like, you don't have to, guys. Like, I don't buy it. I don't buy any of this. This is not the film to be doing this. I see it more as the 90s cheese that the hero is going to say to the woman, I'll save you. So I just tie it into that. But in terms of actually something serious, it's like, nah, mate, not this film. Nah.
No, Wei Lin doesn't really suit that, does she? I don't really, yeah, you're right.
But again, her character, it doesn't, does not affect her character at all and the enjoyment of her in the film. It almost makes me laugh when they try and pull this stuff off. I guess it's meant to tie into the themes of Paris and how Paris died and stuff, but like, no, guys.
You can't do that now.
Come on. Stop being so silly. Come on. But I reckon the first draft of this script, that was the intention. The parallels between Paris and Wei Lin and stuff. I think that's what they were going for, especially the Natalia stuff in the last film as well. I think they're trying to build off that, but it's like, nah. You guys, nah.
Oh, stop it. Yeah.
So the grenade has blown a big old hole in the ship, which, as Joe said, it doesn't really destroy the ship. It just puts a load of fire out, or a load of fire is there. And the HMS, the Bedford, HMS Bedford, sees something on the radar. So they now know that the stealth ship is there. And Carver is shouting, put out the fire, and shouting at people, and orders Stamper to go and kill those. Go and kill him. Go and kill Wei Lin and Bond. So Wei Lin and Bond have been like separated here, and she's using some martial arts to knock out a guard, and then another guard shows up, so she uses a ninja star and throws it in his neck and kills him. So Bond catches up to her, and they notice that the boat has started getting faster. The stealth ship is now being sped up, so they decide to split up, where I think Bond is going to go and stop the missile, because Carver explained about I'm going to fire this nuclear missile at Beijing, so Bond goes to stop that. I think she just goes to escape. I don't really know what her role is with this plan.
Wei Lin?
Yeah.
Bond goes to the missile, she goes to the engines.
Right, so she's trying to stop the ship. Right, okay.
Yeah.
Right, I see. So, yeah, so the HMS Bedford, we cut back to them, and they have been messaging the Chinese fleet nearby, or the Chinese MiGs, I believe, and they say, yes, we have also seen this stealth boat on there, so we'll leave them to it. Good hunting. So they're like, they smile, and they're like, all right, let's go blow them up, boys. So they can't use a missile lock because the signal is too weak. So they're going to do this the old-fashioned way, which is just kind of shooting their cannons at them. So they are now shooting at the stealth ship with their cannons, and Carver orders, like, let's take evasive action, whatever that means. So the stealth ship starts leaving, and the HMS Bedford is trying to shoot them to slow them down. And while this is happening, we see Wei Lin has started getting to a bit of a gunfight, and she is carrying 2 machine guns, one on each arm, and she is shooting at all the guns at people, and she does this really awkward jump down while shooting, which looks odd, and that's kind of what most of this is, her shooting at people and it being a little bit odd. I think it's meant to be intense. And
is that the slow-mo one?
I don't know if the first one is slow-mo. There might be 2, but it's kind of the beginning of the awkward Wei Lin fight bit here. It's not bad, but she's in the engine room, so she sees a control panel, so she shouts "Ya" like a karate move, and then shoots it, and then they have like this pottery smashing, shattering sound.
Yes, I'm glad. Yes,
like it's like a stock sound of like a pot being smashed to represent the control panel being destroyed.
I'm so glad. Like, this is what I was talking about way earlier on. I'm so glad you noticed it too. It actually caused me to pause and go back and like, did they really just do that?
But yeah, it's a stock sound as well. Like, it's a stock sound. It's not like a specific sound. It sounds like something from like Zelda or like any other film. Like, you could download the sound. And it's just like, what happened here, guys? That's so incorrect. And obviously cheap. Like, how did this happen?
Do you know what? Once would have been bad enough, but they play this exact same sound clip right next to each other, back to back. You hear it, it's the same sound. It's ridiculous.
I'm not mad about it. I think it's kind of hilarious. And with how kind of cheesy and stupid this film is, I'm kind of up for that. But it's just like, it seems like an error, and that's what, like, you're just thinking about it. It's like, why any of that? Why the "ya" as well? Like, you're so distracted by the pottery. Why did they have her shout "ya" while shooting a machine? Is that just racism?
I think so. They didn't need the "ya." That's too much.
Yeah, but okay. But anyway, so that's enough to cause the ship to slow down, and it stops entirely. So she's done her job. And we see Bond sneaking into the missile room and starts shooting at people, and more Bond theme. Again, we get more Bond theme. It is what it is. So this is actually quite a big room, and Bond finds like a SAM missile launcher almost. So he like unchains it and starts spinning it around and starts firing these missiles, and an insane amount of guards enter this room. Just like an absurd number. Like Han Solo running into that room in the Death Star. Like, just a silly amount of guards. And it's just so Bond can blow them up with missiles. And yeah, it's just more explosions, yada, yada, yada. But Stamper shows up. We see him show up. But then we go back to Wei Lin, who is shooting more guards. And this is when we get that slow-mo where she's shooting some guards and then like does a turn. But it's like a slow-mo turn for some reason. But she's run out of ammo with one of her guns, so she only has one gun left. She's hiding, like breathing and all sweaty because she's trying to fight for her life here. But we cut back to Stamper and Bond. So Stamper he's got a grenade launcher. Well, he's got like one of those assault rifles that has like a grenade launcher at the bottom. So he's shooting that at Bond. Bond is running across the room trying to avoid it. And we then get another really dumb thing of Bond shooting guns at Stamper and Stamper shooting this machine gun at him. And there's just an absurd amount of bullets and they're just shooting and they're just missing every single shot. It's like, oh my God, this is so silly. It's so silly. But yeah, they're shooting at each other. But we go back to Wei Lin, who checks her clip and she sees she only has a few bullets left. I took it that she only has 1 bullet left, but she has 2. Obviously, for what happens next.
Yeah, it did look like 1.
Yeah, they only show you the top of it, which
How are you
has
meant to
1.
know?
But I guess it would always have 1 if it's the top of a clip. But
Yeah.
it's a bit odd. So, but she doesn't have many bullets left. So we then get another slow-mo spin from her, where she spins out of cover and shoots at 2 pipes, and that gives a load of steam, and that knocks out the guards or something. So she seems to be okay. But at this point, the HMS Bedford, who's been firing the missiles, eventually hits the ship, so that causes it to shake or start being more destroyed. So the person who was running the ship is saying, "Abandon ship, we got to get out of here, it's over, boys." Throughout all of this, we keep cutting to Carver, who's not doing anything, but just looking like a bit upset and annoyed.
Yeah, just a bit. You'd think he would be a bit madder given, what his reaction to being shut down earlier when he's doing his speech, but he's just watching it all kind of, I guess, simmering with anger, maybe.
Yeah, that's what it is, right? He's just observing it all, not happy about it. But there's no freak out. He's just there, just like, And they keep cutting to him. But yeah, so with this big explosion, that's caused a load of wreckage to come down. So Bond is underneath this wreckage. So Stamper fires at Bond where he is. And then Carver shouts at Stamper, like, "Go and find the girl in the engine room. Go and stop her." But we see that Bond is okay, and he climbs out of the wreckage. And we get a very quick shot of Wei Lin has been found by Stamper, and there's a gun pointed to her head. So she's been captured. But we go back to Bond, and we get more Bond theme playing. And he swings a chain across this room and sees a load of people at a control panel and a control room. So they go to shoot him, but he just shoots them through the glass. And Carver then shows up and gives Bond the old judo chop.
Yeah, Carver judo chops Bond. Can you believe it?
And then he should have made the noises as well, like, "Wow!" He should have done the impression, because he's chopping. He's not afraid to chop.
Yeah. Bond finally gets well, actually, no, Bond has been judo chopped a few times, but taste of his own medicine to some extent.
Yeah, he chops him, and then he kind of explains that it's too late, and Carver says his plan is going to succeed. I can't remember how. I stopped paying attention to the plot at this point. I think he's just saying he can escape and have this be destroyed and frame it as something like he said,
like
it's
that.
it's all fine.
Wipe out any trace of it with the blah 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 blah, that sort of stuff.
Yeah, like they'll destroy the evidence of him being connected to it, so he'll be fine. So Carver is pointing a gun at Bond after the chop, but Bond sees the drill missile behind Carver, and he also sees the remote controls on the desk. So while Carver is bragging about how I'm good, I've got this, Bond activates the remote controls on the desk, and the drill missile starts coming forward, and Carver turns around to look at it. So Bond grabs him, and he holds him to the control panel, and Bond says, "I may have some breaking news for you, Elliot." And then he talks about I think you forgot the first rule of journalism or something, and it's give the people what they want. And then he throws Carver on the thing and steps away, and the drill comes into him, and Carver's like, "Ah!" and goes into Carver. You don't see it at all. There's no blood or anything, but yeah, you kind of just see the drill go forward, and that's the end of Carver. It's solid end for Carver. You get some puns from Bond, but him being destroyed by his own drill missile, that tracks for this character.
Yeah, exactly. I think as soon as you saw that drill, that was definitely going to be used in some way, and it's a good method. It's gory, but as you say, you don't see anything. I don't know. I'm trying to think if I'm actually happy with it though. I just didn't want to say goodbye to Carver.
Well, there's that. It is quite forced, which, this film is so silly at this point, I don't really mind it, but it's very forced that they have to go to this control panel, and the drill missile just happens to be behind them, and Carver has to like stand in a way where he doesn't move out the way, and it's just like, no. The Austin Power's like, no. Like there's a little bit of that for this to work, but Carver's so silly, I don't really mind. But yeah, they did have to force this a bit for this to work.
Yeah, no, I'm on board with it. I do like it.
Yeah, so there we go. Carver's been taken care of, and we hear a countdown saying T-1 minute. So they don't have a lot of time left. So Bond, I think, is unscrewing the nuclear missile that was stolen to try and drop it into the water so it doesn't get blown up when they blow up the stealth ship.
Oh, okay.
Well,
Possibly.
He's unscrewing it, and I think it's the missile, but why would he unscrew it like that?
I kind of took that as he's unscrewing a control panel to try and defuse it. So I don't know. Typical Bond thing.
Because of the 1 minute timer?
Perhaps, yeah.
Maybe.
I think both of those
I mean,
work.
he might just. I think obviously, he needs to stop this launch. So maybe he's trying to defuse it. Maybe he's just trying to make it not be able to be fired. I would assume he would drop it into the water though, because if they bombed the stealth ship that he knows is happening, then surely that's just going to blow up.
Yeah, I mean, the film told us that would happen in the pre-title sequence. So yeah, I think you might be onto something there.
I don't know, it doesn't matter. But yeah, so Bond is unscrewing the missile, and we see Stamper has Wei Lin in a chain, all chained up, holding her above the water. And Wei Lin just gets the detonator out of her pocket and throws it to Bond and says to go and put that on the missile to destroy it, which Stamper just lets happen. It doesn't mind.
That.
Yeah, he's a cool guy.
Yeah.
But Stamper is like Bond saying it's over, but Stamper saying it's not over between me and you. We still have unfinished business, something like that. So Stamper then drops Wei Lin into the water. She just plummets down, all chained up. And Stamper does a big running jump and jumps over to where Bond is. So they're now on the missile, on like the metal thing that's like holding the missile up. So there's a bit of a fight between the two. Not that much of a fight. Bond is being thrown around by Stamper because Stamper is the big, tough guy, big, tough henchman. So Bond is trying to reach for the manual release of the missile, but Stamper just like punches him. So Bond is able to get a knife out and he stabs Stamper twice, but he doesn't really seem to mind. He seems to quite like it, if anything.
Yeah.
So he's all right. So Bond stabs him, takes out the knife, stabs him again, and leaves the knife in. But Bond is able to pull the manual release, which like slides part of this down and like crushes his foot, or maybe like his legs as well. But it crushes part of him, which Stamper shouts 9 out.
Yeah, now he decides to talk German. I don't know.
Yeah, now he's German again, I guess. But Stamper picks up Bond and hangs him off the edge, and there's a T-20 seconds, and Stamper is saying, we're going to die together. We're going to die together, me and you. And we get some shots of Wei Lin drowning as well, because she's under the water right there. But Bond takes the knife out of Stamper and then cuts his jacket off, because Stamper was hanging Bond by his jacket. So he removes the jacket. He lands into the water. He swims over to Wei Lin, who's still kind of drowning, and they kiss. I believe Bond is giving her oxygen, but it's pretty much a kiss. And because they're under the water, they're okay, but it's now over. The timer's done, so they explode, and everything explodes. Although I guess if the nuclear missile explodes, then... No, surely that doesn't make sense.
I was just thinking that, like, if a nuclear bomb goes off, that's being underwater is not going to help them.
Yeah, like 2 meters of water ain't going to protect you from a nuclear blast.
Listen here, children. This is what to do in case of an emergency.
Yeah, I don't know if they just blow up the base. It's weird. It doesn't matter. It's all very dramatic, though. It's very end of the film vibes where they're kissing underwater while everything above them is exploding. They're having their romantic moment while the base is being destroyed. So Bond frees Wei Lin from the chains and takes that off her, and they both reach the surface, and there's this fiery wreckage all around them, and we cut to M saying, well, somehow they know that Carver is dead, but Bond's okay. Again, couldn't tell you how they know that, but apparently that's the case. And M tells Moneypenny to send out a report saying Carver went missing on his yacht, and we believe he committed suicide. So that's their cover story for what happened to Carver. And the HMS Bedford shows up and they start trying to radio, or they on the tannoy, they're saying like Commander Bond and Wei Lin. I can't quite remember her rank, unfortunately, but yeah, they're trying to find them, and they're there on the wreckage, and Bond says, let's stay undercover for a little bit and start kissing. And then we go straight to a black background and the credits roll. And yeah, that was you got some issues with Stamper, right? Do you want to get that off your chest?
I tell you what, as you were just saying that all, maybe I was a bit harsh on Stamper. He's all right, I guess.
He's all right. He's fine.
I remembered him being worse, but I think maybe actually, I mean, he doesn't do that much. He's in the film a lot, but he doesn't really do that much. He's just always the menacing henchman. I guess he's fine.
Yeah, that's how I would describe him. Fine. This end bit's all again fine. I like that it's quick and that it wraps up quite nicely. That it just does what it needs to do, which is Bond and Wei Lin kissing and a big explosion, and that kind of wipes everything out. It doesn't drag out. It's quite to the point. It's all very cheesy and silly, all this stuff, especially with Stamper as well. It's all kind of, I guess, sticks the landing in terms of what they were going for. So it's not like an amazing end or anything, but it kind of does what it needs to do, and it's pretty decent. It's explosions, it's a base, it's all that stuff.
I do kind of wish they wouldn't have gone back to the typical kill the villain. Oh, we still need to deal with the henchman. I get why they do it, because they might still need something for like the end, you're stopping the plot maybe, rather than just the villain. So they need a bit of an antagonistic character for that. But sometimes I'm just like, just end it with the villain. I think it would have more weight if they just, and they could give it maybe more time. I don't know. It's the same thing that happened with like Knick-Knack. Is that his name?
Yeah, in Man with a Golden Gun.
Yeah, and they do it all the time. But just deal with the villain. Deal with the villain. That's it.
I didn't mind it here though, because it is still quite quick overall, and it goes straight from Carver to Stamper. Like, it's straight away. So it's kind of it kind of made sense to me connecting it like this. It's not like with Knick-Knack where they then have to disable this, get on a boat, and Knick-Knack's in the cupboard or something. Like, it's not that. It's all part of the same sequence. They just get Carver's death and then Stamper's death.
Yeah, I suppose it is better. I just wanted more attention for Carver. That's all.
Yeah, I can see why you would say that.
I love Carver. Okay,
he loves his Carver.
I'm obsessed. I have a poster on the wall
with some quotes like in the difference between insanity and genius is success. Just put that underneath.
It's just his face, the one that we see in the film that they ripped down, and then delicious.
Oh yes, of course, delicious. It's like the Obama Hope posters, but Carver and delicious.
Oh, I want to design that now. Oh, that's a good idea.
Yeah. But no, all of this is all very cheesy. Them kissing underwater, very cheesy. As I said, I'm happy with that, but you can't really take this stuff super seriously. But as an ending to a 90s action film, it's like what you would expect, and it works because of that.
Yeah. Yeah, I liked Em doing her own Carver headline spiel, reciting it and enjoying it. I like the credit music, surrender song, and this is the first film to be made without Cubby Broccoli. He died, I think, in 1996. So it does say in loving memory of Albert Cubby Broccoli.
Yeah, which is sad, but it was always going to happen, unfortunately.
Mm.
But yeah, like Surrender, I don't want to go on too much about Surrender because we did talk about it, but I do think it's interesting that Surrender followed the style of Bond theme that we got from GoldenEye and License to Kill, where it sounds way more traditional with the horns and stuff. And I think probably with the tone this film set, this actually matches the tone of this film way better than the actual song they used.
Probably. Yeah. I think for me, it's the whole idea of you hear this throughout the film, but I think that doesn't really... It would have been nice if that was the case with the main theme, but it doesn't really ruin it. I think I can still appreciate it linking to this one at the end, and it does sound good when they do use it in all the different soundtrack parts. So I don't know. I think you're right. I think I'd like to say that it's like a big loss. I think I have said in the past that it's a big loss for them not to have chosen this. But the fact it's in there is good anyway. So it's okay.
Yeah, I do like it. I like that it exists, I guess. It makes you think a little bit. But I do think with the fact that this film is supposed to be more linked to the older Bond films and in terms of its tone compared to GoldenEye, probably would have made more sense to use this song, which has that stronger tie to the older films, rather than the Sheryl Crow song, which sounds like something very different to what we've heard before.
Oh, sorry, I misread. I thought you were saying the Sheryl Crow one makes more sense to use.
No. I'm saying Surrender makes way more sense to use.
Oh, okay. Um, yeah, I don't know. It's just an effect of like business, isn't it? Like they clearly saw an early version, and maybe it was bloody Barbara Broccoli and Michael Wilson saw it and thought, it's not working, and it's strange. Maybe sometimes they don't know what's best, I guess.
Yeah, it's not a big deal, as you say. It's cool. It's cool we got these. I think that probably is how they should have done it, but it's not a big deal.
Yeah.
So that was Tomorrow Never Dies. I know I said I looked it up.
I remember. Don't worry.
You remember, okay.
So I'm odd, you're even, so this is you.
Okay, so I'm even, so this is me. Okay, cool. I didn't get to do GoldenEye first.
No.
Ah. I'm sad for me from last week.
I'm sorry.
If I didn't get upset, just know I was upset secretly.
Deep down.
So Tomorrow Never Dies. This is I said how conflicted I am, and I think doing this definitely helped me figure out what I think about this film. And it's the fact that it is this more cheesy city Bond film. It's not quite Roger Moore levels of cheese, but it definitely gets there. But it's like almost a reinvention of the cheese, I guess is how I would describe it. It's like let's do the 90s version. You know, this fits in with films like, or what would be a good example? Like The Mummy, I suppose. Like it fits in with that late 90s action comedy. And in a way that kind of gives it this really strong sense of nostalgia and enjoyment, because the stuff that when you look at it, really, it doesn't work. Like a lot of the stuff in that ending stuff doesn't work, but that's part of it, the fun. That's part of the charm. That's part of it being like a 90s action film, and is kind of what makes it really enjoyable in a lot of cases. I will stand by that. I think the tone is still a complete mess. And I think that mostly stands out with Paris and her storyline. I really just don't think that works in this film. And I wish they kind of maybe even tone that stuff down a bit. And yeah, when we have the scene with the doctor and her in the same scene, it really, really clashes. And it just took me a good while to kind of change gears to enjoy what this film is trying to do. But I still think the fact that I have to change gears like that is somewhat the film's fault for being a bit of a mess tone-wise at the beginning. And it has the most cartoonish villain, who, now that I kind of got to the end of it, I do like more, but it is extremely jarring at the beginning of the film just how silly he is. And I think the fact that they touch upon such relevant themes about the news and manipulation and stuff makes it seem even more cartoonish and silly that they didn't take this topic seriously in the slightest. Like, it makes it feel even more dated, but then that leans more into the 90s silliness. So it's like it both works for the film's favor and against the film's favor. It's just is a little bit of a mess here, but not really a bad mess. So I did end up enjoying it, but I wouldn't really say it's a particularly strong Bond film. Like, it's a pretty fun, enjoyable nostalgia ride, but not a particularly strong one. But obviously the highlights are some of the action is really good, some of the set pieces are really solid, Wei Lin is really good and really enjoyable, and Pierce Brosnan is still a pretty good Bond, not as good as in GoldenEye, but this just isn't as good as the film ultimately. So I originally had this quite low in my list because of the issues I had with like the whiplash in terms of the tone from GoldenEye, and also the fact that it is a bit all over the place. But I'm thinking I might move it a little bit higher. I do really want to see it again. Like, I think if I'm, now that I know what to expect, I think I would enjoy the first half of this film a lot more than I did. Because to be honest, the first half of the film I wasn't that into, apart from, I wasn't like, not that I wasn't enjoying it at all, but I wasn't that into it. So I think I'm going to put it underneath License to Kill, but above Live and Let Die at number 12. It's definitely not as good as A View to a Kill. I think A View to a Kill knows what it wants to be, and there's just a lot more enjoyment I get out of that film. Whether I like it more than License to Kill, though, is a little bit of a question mark. I think I am going to have to put it underneath, because even though License to Kill kind of was a bit of a odd Bond film, I probably did still enjoy it more, but I'll put it above Live and Let Die, just because Live and Let Die had that terrible boat chase. And to be honest, there's nothing really in this film that's like terrible in terms of that level. It is a little bit more consistent. Like, it never really gets like awful, this film. It just gets a bit like, that's a bit strange, or that doesn't really work, but it never really gets bad. So I'm going to put it underneath A License to Kill, above A Live and Let Die at number 12.
Okay. Very, very solid entry.
Yeah, like still in the enjoyable list, still overall enjoyed it. I do really want to watch it again, but I'm not going to, because that's a dangerous game if I start rewatching Bond films during a Bond rewatch.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I don't know what to do. This is...
That's good.
This is so difficult. Oh, so, okay. I really enjoyed this film. Really enjoyed it. You couldn't tell already. I loved the villain. I loved Carver. I loved the hamminess, the cheesiness, the ham and cheesiness. The sandwich it was. And yeah, we didn't really mention too much. You did say just then about the sort of contemporary nature of how they made the villain of this film, comparing it to the likes of real life people that are in control of huge swathes of broadcasting and the influence that has behind it. And I think, if anything, it didn't really go far enough as it could have with that. We kind of said how it lost track of that idea of making fake news for clicks and views, and it ends up just being about like the Chinese broadcasting rights. So it's one of those things where, especially with hindsight and how media has gone now, especially with social media and everything as well, it's like this. Carver is a very realistic villain, at least for a lot of it. And you know, the maniacal element he has about how he can control people is very true. And I think it was just a little bit too early, or it came at the wrong time. This idea, where they were doing this more sort of silly role. I think this could have worked really well as a more serious role and a villain plot. That being said, I've said before, I love how fun this film is, and how it doesn't really take itself too seriously at times. Wei Lin's great. I think Pierce Brosnan he's not as good as in GoldenEye, but I don't really know why. I can't put my finger on what he really does too differently.
I think, just quickly, I think it's all the little moments that they just don't have here. Like, they just don't focus on those so much, so he doesn't get those little tie adjustments, right? They just don't do that, really.
Yeah, I guess it is little bits like that, all the little details.
But good quips, though. Pretty good quips.
Yeah, mixture of quips, I'd say. I think it's got good action, it's got good stunts. My gut instinct coming away from this film, and listen, I love having bad takes, all right?
Nice, yeah, we know.
I love being the villain. I think I like this more than GoldenEye.
Right.
Which no one is going to agree with, pretty much. And I'm fine with that. But in my head, I just look at the two films side by side, and I think of Alec and how I don't really like him, and then I think of Carver and how I love him, and the answer is clear. So,
not like, it's beyond a like.
Oh, beyond that. So now I'm in a tricky situation, because to me, I would put it just above GoldenEye. Not massively. I would put it just above it. But then that means this is above A View to a Kill. And I think I prefer A View to a Kill. So I'm going to have to do some moving around. I know I said I didn't want to, but I have to. I think I have to.
Some spring cleaning.
Pretty much. So I think with that, I'm going to put Tomorrow Never Dies. Well, no, first, let's move A View to a Kill.
Let's not put Tomorrow Never Dies in, right? Like, if you move the stuff you need to move, So hopefully that makes more sense for people.
Yeah. We'll do a view to a kill first. And that is going to move to number 5. Right?
So it's going up 2.
It's going up 3. It's going to go ahead of... No, sorry, 2, you're right. Yeah.
So it's going above GoldenEye, underneath Moonraker.
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct. It's going just under Moonraker. And then Tomorrow Never Dies, I'm squeezing between those two. So that goes at 6.
Okay.
There we go. That was the thing. It was A View to a Kill was the one, because I was so surprised at how much I liked that. Now when I see that, that is now my little benchmark. And I couldn't put that below this. So I'm actually now putting it above GoldenEye as well. So a bit of retroactiveness there, but I don't care.
I can't believe we've done that. We've both increased A View to a Kill's rank after the episode was done.
Yeah.
Because that's what I moved, during License to Kill. And now we're a couple of episodes removed, and you're like, well, I got to move it up. Keep it going.
Yeah, I can't explain it, but I think that's... Listen, my ranking is all over the place. I'm a subject of just my own flippancy, I guess. But I'm okay with that. I'm not here for the perfect ranking. This is just a bubble of now, how I feel right now. And basically, my Bond opinions right now are all over the place. And that's just how it is.
Well, you know how I feel about GoldenEye, so I'm going to bite my tongue a little bit. If you liked it more, you liked it more. That's fine. It's fine.
I did. And do you know what? It sounds petty, but the 10-minute shorter runtime really did help.
It does, yeah. That does help, for sure.
Yeah.
I don't disagree with that. But to be honest, it's kind of interesting. I don't remember Tomorrow Never Dies being this cheesy and this silly. But if I did, looking back on it, I would have been like, yeah, this is totally Joe's type of Bond film.
Yeah. It's Roger Moore-esque, but it doesn't go to the level of like Octopussy, which went too far. So, yeah, it's a winner in my books.
Yeah, well, there we go.
I don't know if I've done the right thing.
Well, you've done it now. It's
Instant
done.
regrets. No, it's locked in. I'm not changing it now.
We'll move A View to a Kill up again next week.
It's going to end up at the top.
It's going to end up number 1 in both our lists. Slowly but surely.
Oh, like a disease spreading.
Yeah. So yeah, that was Tomorrow Never Dies. A very interesting one. We have now entered the era of Bond where the directors are going to change every time, which I'm somewhat excited by because it meant we had Martin Campbell for GoldenEye, and now this Roger, someone shot my mum or something, I don't know, something like that.
Stop or my mother will shoot.
Yeah, that's the one. Has now come over and obviously done a very different take, despite the fact that GoldenEye was such a huge hit, and they still allowed for this big tone. So in terms of what the tone The World Is Not Enough is going to be, it's another new director. So I'm just like, no idea. It's a bit of a Wild West. Is it going to be more GoldenEye or is it going to be more Tomorrow Never Dies? I don't know.
Oh, I hope it's a bit clearer for me next time.
Well, we're going back. We are going back to the longer lengths, so maybe that will help.
Oh, that will help.
Clear things up.
Quantum of Solace at the top.
There we go. Great. Number 1. With A View to a Kill right underneath it.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, it was nice to go back to this one. And as we've already said, but to feel that 90s nostalgia was kind of nice. So I kind of hope with at least with The World Is Not Enough, which is generally considered worse than this film, that at least I get that warm 90s nostalgia feeling.
That's the thing, isn't it? Nostalgia is a very powerful thing. You can put up with a lot of mess if it hits you in just the right spot. And I think that's what's happened here with me.
Yeah, I think so too. But anyway, with that, do you have any last thoughts before we go?
I'm going to start Googling Carver posters after this recording.
Yeah, I'm sure go to Redbubble or something. I'm sure that exists already.
It's got to. If it doesn't, I'm starting one.
Yeah.
Stay tuned for some links, some affiliate links.
For worldwide domination. In a good way.
Delicious.
All right, with that, we've got to end this now. Okay. Thank you very much for listening. You have been listening to episode 18 of the Bond Revisited podcast. The Bond Revisited podcast will return next week with The World Is Not Enough.